actually move this volume slider. I can't move the volume slider, it's too small. Oh, there we go. Alright, should be live now.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon Speedrunning Marathon. I'm Crrool. I'm going to be doing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time, any percent with Wonder Mail. I'll explain what that means after we got ourselves a starter, but we're immediately going to go into the most random part, and also the part that I'm going to need to focus on the most. So, yeah, I'm just going to get started, and we'll see how things go. So, starting in 3, 2, 1, go. So first order of business will be getting the correct starter. It is completely random which questions we get. There are 2 natures that work. I need to get one of those 2, so here we go. I'm gonna take this very slow. Double checking that I don't take double natures. These are not good questions so far. Okay, that is that one. That's probably not it. We only got 2 questions that work. I'm gonna quickly check what the nature is, but it's probably a reset here. No. No, it is not. I am surprised that worked. Do we have... We do not. So now I need to get a Totodile here. Totodile could show up, that would be nice. There, Totodile. Yes. Okay. Okay, well, so we did actually get it first try. That is incredibly lucky, all things considered. With the questions we got, the fact that we got relaxed at the end was... It probably came down to like a 1 in 3 or a 1 in 4, so quite lucky. Now that we've gotten the worst part out of the way, let me actually properly get this run on the road. So first and foremost, welcome everybody to Explorers of Time. I'm Crrool. I run a lot of different Pokemon games, and this is just one of many that I tend to do. I've already noticed a few people ask about if I like this run better than Sky. Well, the thing is mostly I don't own Sky, and I do own Time, which is the main reason why I started running Time and not Sky. That is basically it. There's really not much more to it than that. In Explorers of Time, we wake up on the beach, and first and foremost, after we get our starter out of the way, for which, by the way, we need either a relaxed nature, which we got, or a sassy nature. The relaxed nature is actually slightly better, so it's kind of lucky that we got that. We are... The reason we want that is because that way we can choose female, which has a slightly lower crit chance, but a slightly higher accuracy than male. So, and that, for the speedrun, that works just a tiny bit better. So I'm kind of happy that we got relaxed. That's what I was aiming for, though I could have run sassy as well. We picked Meowth mainly just because Meowth is overpowered. Like, it's just got solid moves. It's got Fake Out, which is a move that damages from further away, which is nice as a support move. We get Screech, which is really helpful in this game, really powerful. There's a lot of little things like that. And then we wake up on the beach here. This Totodile has been trying to become part of an exploration team, but he's too timid to actually muster up the courage to get to the guild, to the exploration guild in the first place. We'll get more to that very soon. First, we get some pretty pictures here with the bubbles from the crabbies just floating over the water here. In response to the question in chat, crit chance is gender dependent in this game? Yes, it is. The male Pokemon have a slightly higher crit rate, but a slightly lower accuracy, whereas females have a slightly lower slightly lower crit rate, but a higher accuracy. It kind of evens out, and the difference over the course of the run is almost negligible. But for the sake of this run, it is slightly more beneficial for me to take the female just because of that higher accuracy right there. So we pick our name here. We're just going to go with a one-character name. We don't really care. We woke up on the beach. We have no recollection of who we are. We remember our name, but that's really just about it. And then just after we get introduced to Totodile, the Zubat and Coughing show up, and they steal a treasure from the Totodile. So we're going to go chase after them. I'll be explaining what the Wonder Mail means and what we do with Wonder Mail in a little bit. We'll get to that once we actually start using them, which is a couple of dungeons in. So, for the first, 3 dungeons, I want to say, it doesn't really... there's the difference between no Wonder Mail and with Wonder Mail is... nothing. There's literally no difference. This is kind of not how I wanted to start, but we're gonna set our moves. We're gonna switch Leer off. Options. I'm gonna say top screen, app and team. Speed fast, bar of pal self. Change those. During dungeons, I'm generally going to be mostly focused on the dungeons, just because movement really matters in a game like this. So this is Beach Cave. Beach Cave is 4 floors, and then at the bottom we're going to be fighting the 2 Pokemon, the Zubat and the Coughing. I am kind of on the lookout for a few items that I can find here, but generally speaking, most of it doesn't really matter. This is worth... okay, it's a sleep seed. A blast seed saves a turn on the boss fight coming up, so it's actually beneficial for me to try to get that. Just walk towards it. Hellos can be really annoying like this. Oh. Hey, there we go. I don't really know what I picked up. I might quickly check that. So this is kind of just the tutorial, so to speak. It kind of gives us an introduction to what mystery dungeons are, and we get some basic enemies, nothing really threatening in this first dungeon. And then at the end we have a small boss fight. Okay, we do actually have a blast seed, which means... oh, that's not what I meant to do. That's still okay, I think. There we go, that's the Zubat. And there goes Coughing. So the boss fights actually have a pretty significant difference between how they work between the first Mystery Dungeon game and the second Mystery Dungeon game. One of the things that kind of comes into play in the original Mystery Dungeon games is that you do not get healed at the start of a boss fight. And they changed that starting the second Mystery Dungeon game, so starting Explorers of Time, Darkness, and Sky. And that's a really big quality of life, to not have to worry about the amount of health that we have going in, because I will always know that I have full health, full power points, full everything as I go into the boss fight. Now we get this relic fragment. This is the treasure that was stolen from Totodile. Crrool doesn't actually know what it does, but it's an item he found, and it's part of why he wants to join an exploration team. He wants to solve the mystery of the relic fragment, but he's too scared to actually join. We're going to tell him that we're going to form a team. We have lost our memory. We have no idea of what's going on, so we may as well make ourselves useful this way. So we're going to go to Wigglytuff's guild and we're going to sign up. And with that, that's the end of the first chapter. This game is roughly split into 20 chapters. So we get the opening here, and then once we're done with the opening, we're also we're going to start chapter 2. Now, generally speaking, the first chapters tend to be a little bit faster than the later chapters, though it varies a bit. Some chapters have multiple dungeons. Most chapters have about one dungeon, though there are chapters that have like 2 or 3, and there is, I believe, one chapter that has none, or it's just cutscenes. What happens if you say no? The question just gets asked again. You are required to form a rescue team there. Well, no worries, Sankey. I'll try to explain the story as best I can here. So as we enter, we step onto this this grid, and somebody asks or mentions the whose footprint, and then underneath there's a Diglett who's like, maybe Meowth's, because he's like, well, it's a Meowth's footprint, but there's not really any Meowths around this area. That's very rare. So yeah, they kind of get into an argument, but they decide to open up the gate anyway for us so we can enter the rescue guild. Now, one kind of notable thing here, text mashing in this game has a lot of text, and that goes for Mystery Dungeon games in general. There's a lot of text in Mystery Dungeon games, but despite there being a lot of text, it's actually one of the easiest in terms of mashing. We don't actually have to mash at all, because if you hold the B button, you actually go through the text frame perfect. And this goes pretty much throughout the entire game, and in fact, throughout the entire series. So throughout these cutscenes, I can just hold the B button, and I don't have to worry that my mashing isn't optimal, or that I'm losing little bits of time here and there because I'm, only using one hand for it. Or, in fact, and this is something that generally comes into play because this is a rather long run, I can put something heavy on the B button and go to the bathroom at times. This is an option that we actually use, well, I wouldn't say regularly, but it definitely happens. There are some cutscenes that are easily 7-8 minutes long, where I just have to hold the B button. So I just put something heavy on the B button and I can go to the bathroom or refill my water or that sort of stuff. So we meet Wigglytuff here. We get to make our official team. Again, we're just going to go with one character because that is a little bit faster. Wigglytuff is the guildmaster. He's very goofy, and it's just a fantastic Pokemon, but as we'll learn later on in the game, is also incredibly powerful. So we get our exploration badge, we get our which also includes, or in this box, it also includes our inventory, so I can now hold more than just one item. We get a couple of bows. Some of those are actually important. Some of those, some stuff here I have to keep because I need it later on. Some stuff, I don't really have to worry about it. Some of the stuff we can just sell later. And that's actually going to start to come into play once we enter this next dungeon. The next dungeon, on floor 4, there is always a max elixir, and on floor 5, there's always a big apple. These are guaranteed to spawn. I will actually have to pick those up because I need those for missions later on. After we get to... After we're done with Mount Bristle, I'm going to code in some Wonder Meals, and by that point I need a Big Apple, a Zinc Band, and a Max Elixir. All 3 of those items we are going to get throughout the story or are guaranteed to spawn on one of the floors. Yeah, more on that later. We finish up the day, and then the next morning we get woken up by Loudred. He's very loud. And he tells us that there's morning briefings and we need to hurry up because we're late. Shouldn't be late. And that's where Totodile wakes up and is like, "Oh, right, yeah, we became part of the we became apprentices for the guild." And as soon as we walk out, well, we are late, but everyone's present, so time for morning announcements. And well, Guildmaster Wigglytuff is still asleep. He's actually capable of sleeping with his eyes wide open like that. Now with that, we're gonna get to work. Well, I say we get to work, but we're rookies here at the guild, so we just have to talk to Chatot, and he's going to assign us a mission. These first couple of missions we have no influence over, or at least this very first one. Chatot is always going to give us one. For the second one, well, the game gives you sort of an illusion of choice. There is a mission that you're going to end up doing regardless. And then from there on, you can choose your own missions. I mean, obviously, certain missions will progress the stories and certain ones won't, but at that point, essentially, I could spend as many days as I want just doing small missions, as long as I would want to. Totodile gives us a brief explanation of what mystery dungeons are. Essentially, every dungeon that we're going to go into is randomly generated. Every floor that we go has random items, random Pokemon. I don't know going in what the dungeon is going to look like. And if you've ever played a mystery dungeon game, that general thing is the same across the series. But I guess for those that have never played a mystery dungeon game, it's in that sense it's very much a roguelike, where every dungeon is going to be randomly generated. And that means that a lot of this run comes down to being able to quickly move on the fly, quick decision making, quick figuring out, okay, how can I avoid as many enemies as possible and still progress. So one thing I need to really look out for here is Storm Drain. Totodile has the ability to learn Water Gun, and Water Gun's actually kind of bad for us because some Pokemon here have Storm Drain, which essentially means that they get to use, or they get to absorb my Water Gun, essentially negating my turn and healing a Pokemon somewhere on the floor. Another thing that makes Meowth so useful here is the fact that Meowth has the ability Pickup. So we will actually randomly pick up useful items left and right, just over time. That's going to happen. We're gonna turn that off. Is there a way to RNG manipulate the floors? There is in the original. There is not, or there is a way in Red and Blue Rescue Team. You cannot RNG manipulate the later Mystery Dungeon games, however. Only Red and Blue Rescue Team have RNG manipulation. Okay, so there's the Max Elixir that I'm going to need later. I would have liked that stun seed, actually. That's a little unfortunate. It's not that bad if I miss out on it, but I would have liked a stun seed. Stun seeds are... or a stun seed is an item that paralyzes a Pokemon until it gets hit by something. So essentially I can use it to stun an enemy until they take damage. And that can be incredibly useful here and there. I get the big apple, now I just need to find the stairs so I can move on. The mission here, by the way, is a Spoink has lost its pearl, and we're here to go and find it. We're not quite getting lucky with the floors, although I will say I found both of the items that I needed, and at least that's worth something. But there have been a lot of enemies here and there, and that's kind of annoying. I'd like to find the stairs. So these are generally the worst, where you get a really big floor and you just don't find the stairs anywhere. Those are generally the most time-consuming parts. Can you control Totodile to move on a water tile to pick it up? Sometimes. There are situations where I can. In that situation, it wasn't going to be easy. I don't even think I would have been able to. Yeah, here we get a bunch of items. We also get 2,000 Pokédollars. That's, which is a lot of money, even in this game. And then Spoink is gonna get out of here. Totodile is super happy because we just got rich. Unfortunately, Chatot is then going to take 90% of that money and put that towards the guild. I mean, we do have a roof over our head. We get food by the guild, so it makes sense, but yeah, that's a thing. Interestingly enough, the guild still takes 90%, even after you've graduated from the guild and are not living here anymore and whatnot. Yeah, so far our first day. Time to go to sleep. And that's the end of chapter 2. Probably should have saved, actually. We're coming up on the probably the most dangerous part of the run. Where did Totodile used to live? We will find out later. Now we get to see the other board here. This board right here is where... like, the last board is where we can find the missions. This board is where all the outlaws are posted. Pokemon that are wanted for crimes. Now, some of them are really, really bad. Some of them are just petty thieves that we need to catch. Now, our next job is to catch one of these. And Bidoof is going to help us select one. Bidoof was the junior member of the guild here. He's a bit overwhelmed that he's now no longer the rookie, so to speak. Yes, we get to play as Meowth in this. Meowth gets more useful moves than other Pokemon will, which in this run doesn't matter as much because we're using Wonder Mails, but especially in the no Wonder Mail category, Meowth is by far the most powerful option. We actually use, for Explorers of Time and Darkness, we actually use Meowth in every category except as our main at least, except for the Recruit Them All with Wondermail. That one uses Chikorita instead. Okay, we're gonna do some shopping, and then I'll be able to talk a bit more about different categories and whatnot. But first we get to see the town, Treasure Town. This is one of the only times where we get to shop basically without losing any time at all. It's very important that I pay attention here to what we sell. I can sell the Viridian Bow. And I can sell the Calcium. It's very important that I do not sell anything else yet, because I'm going to need almost everything else that we have in our inventory. I'm going to see if he has a Reviver Seed. It's really unfortunate that he doesn't. The Reviver Seed is an item that we're going to be looking for those pretty much throughout the run. If one of our Pokemon dies, so either Meowth or Totodile, normally we would get sent out of the cave and we would lose all of our money and a very significant portion of our items. If, however, we have a Reviver Seed, we use up the Reviver Seed at that point in time. We lose that, it turns into a plain seed, but we can continue. So they're basically like revives, but then they just trigger the moment that a Pokemon dies. They are incredibly helpful throughout the run. Now, this chapter 3 here is all about the dimensional screen. As soon as we touch the Azurill, we get to hear a shout, a Pokemon calling out for help, but nothing's happening. Everything looks fine. We're not really sure where it's coming from, but someone was calling for help there. On the note of shopping, before I leave, I'm going to quickly talk to the Purple Kecleon to see if he has an Escape Orb or a Monster House Orb. I'd really like to have one or two of those. I'll explain later what Monster Houses are. They won't actually come into play for a while. Now, we tell Totodile about what happened, about what we heard, but we kind of just shrug it off. Oh, this is good. Escape Orb saves a little bit of time. Foehold Orb is a really useful orb to have. And now we're going to slowly start moving back. And as we get to the square here, we see Azurill and Meryl talk to this Drowsy. And Meryl tells us that a while ago they lost an item, and Drowsy here has offered to help them look for it. I'll explain the orbs in a moment, by the way. I'll get to that. But first, Drowsy kind of nudges us as he walks. He kind of just bumps into us. And at that point, another one of those visions start to happen. Another dizzy spell. This time, however, we see Drowsy threaten the Azurill, which is weird because Drowsy seemed like a nice guy. So we explain it to Totodile. Totodile gets a little bit surprised about that because, you know, Drowsy seemed like a nice guy. It didn't seem like somebody who would threaten a Pokemon like that. So Totodile just kind of shrugs it off as a bad daydream and suggests we go back to the guild, talk to Bidoof to continue on our mission. So yeah, the two orbs we picked up, to briefly explain them, the Escape Orb lets us instantly leave a dungeon. The reason those are so helpful, I'm going to make a safety save here, by the way. I don't technically have to, but this next dungeon's probably among the most deadly in the entire run. So, the Escape Orb lets us instantly leave a dungeon, and there'll actually be some mission days later where where we don't actually have to do a mission, where we just need to progress to the next day. And because those missions are a thing, we can at that point just go into a dungeon, use an escape warp, and instantly skip that entire day, which saves approximately a minute to a minute and a half, depending on the dungeon. Yeah, Bidoof now helps us pick a Pokemon to go look for. And just at that point in time, the board is going to get an update. The Foehold Orb, by the way, as has already kind of been explained in chat, is basically like a stun seed, so it stuns every Pokemon until they get attacked. But then it goes for the entire floor, which really helps with monster houses. Rooms with a ton of enemies in them, like an insane amount of enemies in it. So yeah, as the board has been updated, Bidoof starts to kind of, Totodile starts to shiver. And Bidoof is like, it's not cold at all. And then on the top left, we see there's a poster, a wanted poster of Drowsy. He's a wanted criminal. At that point, we know what our mission is. We are going to be capturing the Drowsy. Yeah, unfortunately, the safe, in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky, there's actually a save point just before the path where you leave. In Time Darkness, that one doesn't exist. Okay, so we're gonna turn this on. We're gonna turn Scratch off. Get rid of the Doduo here. We are going to drink the protein, boost our attack. We are going to drink the iron to boost our defense. That's a little annoying. You can't actually... I don't think you can drink them in the overworld. I think that's the main thing. Okay, so we now hit level 8 where we learn Rage. Rage is completely useless in this run. So we are going to instantly turn that off and then progress through the rest of Mount Bristle. It would be very nice to get a Blast Seed. Those can spawn around here. Another thing I'm going to be looking out for is on floor 5, there is a guaranteed Big Apple. Now, I don't have to get this Big Apple since I already do have one, but it would be nice to get it. Go. That is incredibly useful. That's one of the most useful things you can ever find in a dungeon, or just about anywhere, really. You'll see me very often just look around for seeds, and that seed is actually one of the biggest ones. Like, if you find a Reviver seed, that's not even one of, it is the best one to find. I may have to use my Pecha Berry. I'm kind of hoping to be able to avoid it, but if I need to use the Pecha Berry, so be it. Okay, don't need to. There are no shinies in this game, so no, that was not a shiny. Okay, so we get to the top here, and we get to see a cutscene of the Drowsy asking this Azurill to crawl into that hole because there's something in there. Turns out the Drowsy has deceived Azurill and now forces Azurill into doing something that he really doesn't want to do. Oh, actually, yeah, there is one shiny. That's true. We'll get back to that when we get there. But there is actually one shiny. I kind of forgot about him. So Drowsy initially is like, oh god, no, not an exploration team. But then he sees Totodile shiver and it's like, well, okay, I see how it is. You're total rookies. And then we need to fight Drowsy. So this is actually one of the hardest fights in the game, believe it or not. Drowsy has Forewarn, which can randomly cause me to miss hits. I really need to hit. Okay, good fight. That was a really good fight. That fight can go sour very easily. Luckily it didn't, so we're actually in the clear here. So we rescue the Azurill, and it's time for us to get out of here. And there we go. We captured Drowsy. That's the end of chapter 3, actually. Sleep seeds, by the way, wouldn't have worked either, because of insomnia. Okay, now we're getting into the Wonder Meal sequence. After this mission, I'm going to be saving the game and I'm going to be coding in a bunch of missions. Now let me briefly try to explain what Wonder Meal does. For the any % with Wonder Meal category, for Explorers of Time and Darkness, the run is actually almost the same. There's virtually no difference with no Wonder Meal, except that it's much safer. And that's why we're doing with Wonder Meal instead of no Wonder Meal. The run is just, it's a little bit faster, but mostly it is a lot more marathon safe. For what we can do with Wonder Meal codes is we can code in any mission that we want with any Pokemon, but above all, honestly, with any item as a reward. So I can get very quick missions with very, very good items as rewards. I'm going to be using that to get a couple of golden seeds. Golden seeds are an item that when you eat it, you gain 5 levels. So I'm going to be using those pretty much right away to gain a ton of levels very quickly. On top of that, I can get a couple of weather bands, which means that we don't take damage anymore from sandstorm and hail and the likes, which is very useful in a couple of dungeons. Saves a couple of minutes. Or has the potential, rather, to save a couple of minutes. And really, for this early part, that's about it. Now, there is actually a route where we use these codes to get a mobile scarf, which is an item that lets you walk through walls, which is technically faster, but only if you know how to use it well. The skill cap for that is much higher. Basically, what we're going for today, however, is just regular any %, but then made safer through Wonder Meal codes. So in a little bit, I'll be coding in 8 of these missions, which is also the part, like, I'm going to be focusing quite a bit during that, so there won't be a lot of talking. That's just, we kind of have to do that. I believe in this particular run, we only need one set like it, but I do have to get it. Now, lore-wise, we learn of these time gears. Hidden throughout the world, there are items called time gears, and they're usually hidden very well deep into, deep into a region, and nobody really knows what would happen if the time gears get removed. But legend has it that when they get removed, time in that area would stop. It would just cease to progress. They are the things that keep time moving. And then, of course, we don't know this yet as the characters, but we get to see a Pokemon here stealing a time gear. Specifically, the time gear in Tree Shroud Forest. I think this is the Tree Shroud Forest one. We see the Pokemon in Grovyle. Okay, time for me to save the game. We're going to reset. We're going to type in a bunch of codes, so I'm going to have to focus for a couple of minutes here. Fortunately, saving takes a while. Okay, there we go. Also, unfortunately, there are no soft reset options on this game, so I kind of just have to do a hard reset like that. Anyway, let me get typing. The first two are for weather bands, everything else is for golden seeds to make the run safer. That's one. Thank you for the good luck, Wartab. Okay, number two. Yeah, like I said, this part just takes a little bit and it needs to be done. These are the missions that set us up for the rest of the game. Okay, halfway done. In the recruit them all with Wondermill, we actually do a ton of these sort of missions. And even in the Beat Darkrai, we actually have to do a fair few of these. So the next 3 missions, I can only do this way if I got the items from earlier. We got all of them, so I can do them, but otherwise I would actually have to generate new missions on the fly, which isn't too difficult, but it would be annoying. Okay, 2 more missions to go. Last mission, and then I am done coding missions and we can actually move on. Hey, that'll do it. Oh, let's not get stuck there. Okay, now that we've actually finished this part, we are going to get the quest from Chata to just look on the board and do missions of our own choosing. And yeah, we're gonna do that. So we're gonna go to our job list, and I'm going to accept the missions for golden seeds. Okay, just wanted to make sure that I went into the correct part here. So we're now going into Beach Cave. And this is part of where we're going to save a little bit of that time from coding on those missions back. We've immediately reached our destination floor with this Muck. We choose Muck because it is the shortest Pokemon name that we can use, having only 3 characters. Although you'll start seeing some other Pokemon in a moment as well, and they're generally just references to various PMD runners. So here we have Bellsprout, which is my favorite Pokemon, which is why Bellsprout is part of this. Couldn't not have a Bellsprout in this, right? This is Service Fish, or Lantern, but commonly referred to in the PMD community as Service Fish. Service Fish is here as the favorite Pokemon of Mozzarella Cheese, who's actually the one who did most of the routing for this category. I guess with that, I should name a few notable people there. Mozzarella Cheese is definitely somebody worth checking out. He's done a lot of routing on Explorers of Time, especially in the With Wondermill category for this, but also in With Wondermill, Recruit Them All, the No Wondermill Recruit Them All. He actually found that Lantern is actually one of the best Pokemon for Recruit Them All runs in general. Another runner that's definitely worth mentioning is Huma's DS. He doesn't run Time Darkness so much, but he does run Sky a lot. And a lot of the Time Darkness routes in parts have been based off of the route from Sky, because Sky is generally way more optimized than Time Darkness is. Now we get to probably one of the most fun things that we get to do. We get to do Sentry Duty. We're going to go down that hole right there, and we are going to try and figure out which footprint, so which Pokemon want entry. Now, for the first one, we actually do not want to get a perfect score, because getting a perfect score adds an animation. Instead, we want to get the first 3 correct, make a mistake on the 4th one, then do it correct, make a mistake on the 5th one, then do it correct, and then be incorrect on the 6th one. And that makes the animation after this slightly shorter, while still giving us good enough rewards. Later on, we do actually go for a perfect score because it'll give us Reviver Seeds, but right now a perfect score would give us a Joy Seed instead, which isn't nearly as useful because it's only a single level up. Whereas we have Golden Seeds, they give us 5 levels up. Okay, let's see how well I know Pokemon footprints. See what we get here. That is, I think, Doduo. That would be a Sceptile. Toad. So now we're actually going... That was the first 3. Now we're going to make a mistake. Doduo? No? Pidgey, maybe. Same here. I'm gonna say Persian, then Ivysaur. Now I gotta be incorrect on the last one. So we're gonna say that this is a Charmander footprint. And that's it. So our score for this is going to be merely adequate. Which is actually good enough. We get some money, protein, and that's it. We'll have to do that a few more times. The next couple of times we actually want to aim for a perfect score. I can still make 2 mistakes even in that situation, but that's generally what we're going to be aiming for. Okay, so we're going to do the 2 remaining missions. We have 2 more missions that are already queued up to happen. And with that, we are done with the filler days here. Just gonna head out. Gonna go out here. Try and not get stuck on the Pokemon and into Drenched Bluff. So this will once again be an instant finish. And off we go. That's it. That's our last mission there. We're gonna get 2 more golden seeds now. Very useful for later. A power band is actually really convenient as well. I actually really like getting that. Okay, I was about to say, didn't get a lot of reviver seeds though, but then the Quilava gave me a reviver seed. Okay, that's chapter 4 done. On to chapter 5. This is the first time in the game where we are actually going to be doing some actual exploration. We are, after all, an exploration team, and the Exploration Guild, in big parts, is all about discovering new places. Now, before we actually go there, we get to hear that the time gear in Tree Shroud Forest has been stolen, and that time in Tree Shroud Forest has stopped. Now we get kind of confused because who would steal a time gear? Who would do something awful like that? Officer Magnezone is already looking into it, but for now we're just gonna have to go about our day, and we'll learn more when when the story has progressed enough. Chatot is impressed with our work, so he's going to offer us a job to explore. See, there is a waterfall not too far from here, and they are suspecting that the waterfall might hold some secrets that we don't yet know about. So we are going to be investigating that. Totodile gets a bit overwhelmed, but very excited to go for it. We're gonna make a stop in Treasure Town first, but as we go up, first things first, we get to talk to Chimecho. And this is the obligatory moment where I have to talk about Recruit Them All. Chimecho lets us befriend Pokemon, and one of the other big, there's 3 big categories in this game, and each of those categories is either with or without Wonder Meal. You have any percent, which we're doing today, beat Darkrai, which is any percent plus the entire post game, and then there is a 3rd category, Recruit Them All, which is basically the catch-em-all of Pokemon, of mainstream Pokemon, but then in Mystery Dungeon games. In Explorers of Time and Darkness, you can actually recruit all Pokemon up to Gen 4, save for 3. Shaymin, Arceus, and 1 version exclusive, which is, I believe, either Mew or Celebi or something like that. I don't actually remember from the top of my head. Anyway, that's not really relevant. My point is more so, starting this point, there will be a chance that that Pokemon will start to ask us to join our rescue team. We are not generally going to let them because it's slow, but we can recruit just about every single Pokemon that way, and it's actually a really cool category. With Wonder Mill, it takes about 3 days to do, so it is a pretty long category, but it's just generally speaking a really fun thing to do. I've done multiple of them before, and I'm actually planning on doing another one within the next couple of weeks, so if you're interested in that sort of stuff, and here is my first shameless self-plug because I'm going to do that anyway, if you're interested in that sort of stuff, be sure to hop over to my channel as well and drop a follow. you like Pokemon, and I imagine most people here do, you won't be disappointed. Without Wonder Mill, it takes an extra day, by the way. It's roughly 3 days without Wonder Mill, or with Wonder Mill, it's 4 days without it. So we get to the waterfall here, and initially nothing seems to be the case here, but then we get another Dizzy spell. And we see a Pokemon jump through the waterfall. So supposedly there is a cave behind this waterfall. Might as well go and see if that's true, right? The funniest thing is, if you have, like, for example, Charmander, you are still going to be able to convince Charmander to just jump through the waterfall. Yes, Janara. Crrool is my channel name. Same as it is on the layout. Yeah, Totodile is a little bit scared initially, but Totodile believes in us and decides to go jump with us through the waterfall to see if there's a cave behind it. Well, here we are. We find the cave, and we're gonna go see what secrets it holds. Before we do anything, though, we're going to be feeding those golden seeds, and we're going to gain a ton of levels here. We learn Fake Out, very useful move. Fury Swipes really isn't that good in this game. In PMD1, multi-hit moves like that are super overpowered. In PMD2, they're not. Screech, however, is something that I want. Yes, Golden Seeds level you up by 5 levels. Okay, one more for Meowth. We are not going to be learning Feint Attack, we don't need it. The remaining 2 I'll be using for Totodile. I don't actually remember if we get Bite, I think we do. It's better than Rage regardless. We don't learn Scary Face. I give a protein to Meowth. We are going to turn off Water Gun. And here we go. So we're now much, much higher level than we were before, which actually makes this dungeon quite easy by comparison. The reason, by the way, that with Wonder Mail Recruit Them All we use Chikorita, because we actually use Chikorita in both Recruit Them Alls. In No Wonder Mail it's the partner Pokemon, and with Wonder Mail it's your main, is because Chikorita has the Friendly Friend ability that it can learn, which gives you a plus 5% recruit rate on any Pokemon. Very helpful. It's actually what makes Chikorita so useful. Here is the first Pokemon that wants to join. We're going to say no on every time we get asked, because having Pokemon join us is slow. What are the chances that we'll save time against Estimate? They're not unrealistic, but it's a roguelike, so it's hard to say. For this one, there's no GBA version. If you're talking GBA versions, you're thinking of the Red and Blue Rescue Team, which is actually a completely different game. So we're actually getting some pretty bad floor luck here so far. And that's one of the main things that's going to come into play as to whether we'll save time on estimate or not. Like, my estimate is not unrealistic, but it is somewhat tight. So, if anything, we probably won't end up saving much. Yeah, this is for the Nintendo DS. Explorers of Time and Darkness are only for the DS. The Explorers of Sky is also available on Wii U Virtual Console. Okay, we made it to the end of Waterfall Cave. And we get into this this room full of gems, and there's a huge gemstone in the center of it. Totodile tries to pull it out, but it doesn't actually do anything. Like, it doesn't budge. So he's going to ask Meowth to give it a try. Meowth isn't going to be able to either, but at that point, or well, a few seconds after, as Totodile tries again, another one of those dizzy spells happen. And it turns out that a while ago there was actually another Pokemon here, and it pressed the gem, which ended up causing a huge flow of water to fill the room and push the Pokemon out. Now, Totodile actually pushed the button as well, so we get flushed out of the room, and we end up all the way at a hot spring, quite far away, honestly. Yeah, what Sankey says here is very true. I will be commentating on pretty much the entire story. So, if you want to go in blind, then, yeah, that's a thing. Now, there are, of course, lots of little details I'm leaving out, but the general line of the story you will get as we go. Yeah, the Torkoal shows us where exactly we ended up and where that hot spring is. And that's the end of the cave. There's gonna be quite a lot of cutscenes before we actually get to progress again. Next up will be a couple more filler days. But before we move on, we do actually get to see the following. See, Meowth had a couple of those dizzy spells, which means that there has to already have been a Pokemon who entered Waterfall Cave and got flushed out in the same way. Now, the shape is definitely Wigglytuff. So Meowth is going to suggest that Wigglytuff has actually already been in the cave before. Chatot is a bit confused as to why we would say that, because, you know, we would take away from our own discovery. And then after Chatot comes back, he does indeed confirm that Wigglytuff knew of the cave, has been in that cave, and, well, not really our discovery. So yeah, we get a little bit more story of how Meowth pushed Totodile to be more courageous. Honestly, a really wholesome little part here. And we also start to kind of figure out more of those dizzy spells, because Totodile noticed that every time we had one of those dizzy spells, it was after we had touched something. So we touched Azurill as we gave back the apple. We touched Drowsy as he nudged into us. We touched the waterfall. We touched the crystal. In every situation, there has been contact. Meowth starts to wonder if those two, or Meowth and Totodile both, really start to kind of wonder if those two are related somehow. You also notice that some of them were in the past, and some of them were in the future, because the events with Drowsy were actually in the future, whereas the events with Wigglytuff were definitely in the past. Wigglytuff here tells us that there's going to be a big a big expedition soon. And normally rookies wouldn't be included in this, but because of how good our job has been, like how good we've been doing our job since we joined, he's actually going to add us to the list of potential candidates. Okay, next filler day. So we're gonna do, we have 3 more filler days here before we actually get to the next dungeon. We are going to go do our last mission in Beach Cave. We have 1 more sentry duty, and then we have an optional day. Now, the optional day is actually what I got that escape warp for. During the optional day, I can enter the dungeon, escape warp out immediately, and it will count. Now, it's not really worth looking if there are more escape warps in the shop, because completing the dungeon actually takes about as much time as it does to look into the shop. So it's not worth checking the shop to see if they have more escape warps. Like, it would be worth it if they have 2, but even if they have 1, it's questionable, and they don't even always have 1. So generally speaking, we do not check the shop for it, but if we have them, we can use them. We also get to learn of this other team, Team Skull. Not to be confused with the Team Skull you guys saw yesterday in Sun and Moon. Or in Pokemon Moon, I guess it was. This is a different Team Skull. We've already beaten 2 of the members, Zubat and Coughing. I mean, they weren't exactly strong, but they're like, oh, that's because you haven't met our leader yet. And then we get to meet the chief of Team Skull. I can smell him coming. It's Skuntank. Now, unfortunately, Totodile did spill the beans that there was going to be an expedition soon, so they're gonna plot something. That's a solid question there, Garf. Which is the better team leader for Team Skull, Skuntank or Guzma? I'm definitely going Skuntank. Yeah, we're supposed to pick out a mission there. We are not actually going to do that. Instead, we are going to check our jobs here. I'm going to accept all of the remaining missions. And we are going to do the mission in Beach Cave. Look at all those shelters threatening our muck. Well, we are not going to stand for it. Let's get out of here. So this is where we get our first weather band. A weather band is basically just an item that, or a held item that when we hold it, negates the effects of weather. That's it. Very helpful in a lot of situations because there's a few dungeons later where Pokemon with Sandstream or the hail ability, like the ability that causes hail, like those sort of Pokemon happen, and it's going to be really annoying to get through those floors. Another sentry duty coming up, and this time around we actually want a perfect score. Very important that we do. It's basically like the safety goggles, yes. That's actually a very accurate comparison. Now, it's mainly going to save time in the Hidden Land, and actually trying to think what the other one was again. There's another dungeon where it saves a ton of time. There's a couple dungeons with Sandstorm. I don't remember what they're called. Later on, there's a couple of desert dungeons. It mainly saves time in those and in the Hidden Land. Hidden Land is the before last big dungeon. Or, well, before last dungeon, really. So we get a perfect score, and getting a perfect score is quite helpful for us because that means we get a bunch of rewards. We get a 400 Pokédollars, which is nice, a Pecha Scarf, which is actually kind of useless, the Reviver Seed, and this is the reason why we went for it, and a Max Elixir. Mainly the Reviver Seed is why I wanted that. I have 4 of them in my inventory, which is enough for now, but they are going to be very helpful later on. Can you do sentry duty whenever you want? Basically, yes. In very specific situations, it can actually be used to get an extra safety reviver if you really need it. It's quite slow, so it's really like you kind of have to be in a desperate situation to need to or to want to use it, because it takes like 1.5 to 2 minutes, I think, to do. But if you're really desperate, you can use it for safety items. Also, we've got another team joining our exploration guild, just temporarily though. They're going to assist us with the upcoming expedition. And well, then Skuntank and the likes walk in. Safe to say the guild members are not entirely happy with that. And well, when we are not super happy, Wigglytuff gets a little bit mad. And Yeah, that's not something you want to experience. That's safe. That's very safe to say there. Okay, one more mission day, and like I said, I don't actually have to do any, so we are going to go to Beach Cave and then escape warp out. And that's it. That's the entire day. We didn't really need to do anything else. Our job for the day after, though, is going to be quite different. But first, more cutscenes. See, Coughing, Zuban, and Skuntank after dinner, or once everybody's gone to bed, kind of decide, well, they're still hungry, so they are going to feast on our food supply. We are going to get the mission to replenish the larder. We need more food. Simple as that. Most importantly, we are completely out of perfect apples, and well, if the Guildmaster doesn't get his perfect apple, that is not going to be a good experience. Which then Skuntank, Zubat, and Coughing see as a perfect opportunity to mess with us a little. More on that soon. We are going to go in first. So this is the longest dungeon we've done so far. 12 floors that we need to go through. The main threat for us here is Butterfree. It has Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, and Confusion. All of those can be bad. And this is actually the first part where version exclusives are really going to come in as well. In Explorers of Darkness, Butterfree actually isn't a thing here, but rather there are... wait, no, that's not what I meant to do. There are Beedrill around, which have Fury Attack and is still really bad. Yeah, apples spawn very frequently here. This is also the dungeon with the highest rate of Reviver Seeds. So it's very important for me to check just about every seed. Confusion is the least bad thing Butterfree can do. So this is what we like to refer to as an anti-stair floor. One of those floors where the stairs are pretty much in the very last room you check. Stair floors, on the other hand, are the ones we want to see, where we basically spawn next to the stairs. Or at least in the same room as the stairs. Okay, this is a really bad floor. Those really long floors where we don't actually find the stairs for a while, those are usually the worst. Not only do they consume a lot of time, they, that's really not what I meant to do. Okay, I've lost my warp orb. That was a really silly menu mistake. I tried to go for fake out, by the way, in case anyone was wondering what I was trying to do there. Really like to find some food items. So far this dungeon's been kind of bad, honestly. Very few stair floors, very few food items. No reviver seats yet either. Lots of enemies here too. We found a power band. That's not useless, but... Okay, that escape orb does save some time at least. Gosh, this dungeon's awful. Prime example of anti-stair floors. Come on, I really don't want to use another food item. This is... I am out of scratch. My god, that was an awful dungeon. We got 2 escape orbs. That does actually save a little bit of time back later. Is full clear a term in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? Not that I'm aware of. Thought this was supposed to be a speedrun? Yeah. Yeah, you got that right. That was, really slow. So yeah, as we get to the end, Team Skull had been hiding in this tree. They ran ahead of us at some point, and they waited here for us. So now they're going to steal all of the perfect apples here. And they are going to just leave us here. So that we have to return without any perfect apples, and we'll be scolded by Chatot over it. Initially, they kind of try to deceive us, try to make us think that they are here to help us, but we don't fall for it. What is the record for Befriend All? Sounds like a very long speedrun if this is already 6+ hours. 3 days. Here again. At least with Wonder Mail. Without Wonder Mail, you can add a day. Someone attempted that? Yes, I did. I've run both with and without Wonder Mail. Actually doing another one within the next couple of weeks, probably. Yeah, Chatot starts to panic a bit because, well, the Guildmaster is going to be furious because of this. He is not going to like us with not being able to return with a perfect apple. So Chatot here has to confess that we failed in our mission. And Wigglytuff initially doesn't mind at all. I mean, there's gotta be more perfect apples, right? We'll just get one of those. It's fine. And then Chatot has to confess that there are no perfect apples at the moment. Well, that makes the Guildmaster very sad. And then Skuntank and the rest of Team Skull come walking in. Skuntank is going to offer up a perfect apple. Token of their friendship. I gotta admit, it's a pretty clever move from Skuntank to do it like that. It is very mean, though. So Skuntank kind of, we see a cutscene where he kind of just confesses to the other two that, you know, this is just to get in the Guildmaster's good books, and then, you know, during the actual expedition, they'll use the opportunity to take the treasure for themselves. Also, because of our not actually succeeding, we didn't get dinner, so we are super hungry now. And Chatot mentions that there'll be a few days left until they announce who is going to join us for the expedition. Although, at the end of that, Chatot just tells us we should give up hope of actually being allowed to join. After our failure from the day before, there is no doubt in his mind that Wigglytuff won't even consider us anymore. Lucky for us, the rest of the expedition members, or like guild members, have prepared some or gotten some food. They all left a little bit aside during dinner the night before, so that they could give it to us, so that we'd actually have something to eat. We're gonna keep trying, and we're gonna do some more missions. Good thing for us, we've already got the missions lined up. Crogunk here is gonna tell us a little bit about the Crogunk Swap Shop. I don't know, I'll have to admit, I don't actually know what this thing does. I've never used it. Even casually, I don't think I've ever used it. So I'm just gonna skip over that and move on. So next up, we're gonna do our Drenched Bluff mission. No, that's not... Electivire is move linking. We'll get to do that later. Move linking is actually quite an essential part of the speedrun, so... definitely going to be doing that. It could be something like that, Brig, like wonder trading but for items. I would immediately believe that. Right, I see. Thank you, Garfield. Okay, another sentry duty. Here we go. Gotta get another perfect score. Okay, so far so good. One more to go. The mistake there doesn't actually matter. If we're being very honest, you can make 2 mistakes and it doesn't actually change the outcome. We are still going to get our Reviver Seed here. Hello, Skip. Again, Defense Scarf doesn't really matter. The Reviver Seed is what we were there for. Because we didn't break our high score, I'm not going to also get a Max Elixir, but honestly, it doesn't really matter. Okay, we have one more mission to do on this day, and then It's expedition time. The expedition's only, honestly, one of the most fun parts of this entire run. We are going to basically just get to run around through a bunch of dungeons, explore an area, and it's kind of a little bit like the fugitive sequence from the original Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. In the original Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, there's a sequence where you kind of just have to leave home and go through a bunch of dungeons and travel very, very far. We are going to do the same thing here. This game actually has multiple sequences that are kind of like it, and we are about to get to the first one of those. Well, Skip, we're currently in a marathon run for the Pokemon Speedrun Marathon. I guess I should say that from my chat in general. For those that missed that, we are currently in a marathon run for Pokemon Speedrun, for the Pokemon Speedrun Marathon over on Pokemon Speedruns TV. You're of course welcome to stick in my chat. I'm reading both, and I'll try to get questions from both as well as best I can. But that's a thing today. That's what we're doing. Should we be watching there? It doesn't matter. If you ask me personally, it doesn't really matter. You can watch from my chat, you can watch from there. Like I said, I'll be reading both. Okay, so the next day is where the expedition members are going to be selected. So this is going to be a big thing for us. So that well, we've been told we are not going to be taken, most likely. So we will see whether we get there or not. And that very night, another time gear is going to get stolen. We won't learn of that until a little later, but another one gets stolen, and that means time is going to end, or time is going to go to a stop in another area. Now, Chatot is going to be given a memo from the Guildmaster about who is going to be joining. First member is Loudred. Then Corphish. Then Bidoof. Now, Bidoof is going to completely get paralyzed and through his nerves. He's just completely overwhelmed. Next up, Sunflora and Chimecho. But there are some names scribbled at the bottom. It's almost impossible to read. Here's there are more. Diglett, Dugtrio, Krogunk, Totodile, and Meowth. Wait, what? That's every member of the guild. Yeah, that's right. We are going to all go because, you know, the more the merrier. We'll just close up shop for a few days. It's fine. What's the point of having everyone participate? Well, it's more fun that way. And so, decided by the Guildmaster, we are all going to go, and we are going to have some fun. So everybody's happy that they get to go. all the excitement leading up to it, and then everybody made it. So everybody's super happy. Now, at this point in the game, our bag is going to get bigger, and that's really nice. It really is. So we're going to say here that we are ready to go, that we know that we're not allowed to take members, and that's basically it. We are not going to go into town to grab items. There's really no need for it. Our next destination, Fogbound Lake. There's supposed to be treasure there, but, well, we don't really know what's there. There's just legends of treasure there. And so we make our way to Fogbound Lake. Now our first destination is going to be Craggy Coast, and for this next sequence we actually have to bring Bidoof with us. He'll be with us for 2 dungeons, and it's actually kind of annoying because Bidoof is not allowed to die either, which means if he dies, he will use up Reviver Seeds. And though we are quite powerful, Bidoof is not exactly close to as powerful. So we've got 2 paths we can take through the mountain here. We are going to take the Craggy Coast. The other one just leads back here. And here we get to the big downside of Bidoof. Because I don't really control Bidoof, including its move choice. Oh, well, that was not the correct way. Was. Petrify orbs are really good. They're basically like the Foehold orb. So they're really useful to help me with dealing with monster houses. Unfortunate anti-stair floor there. Luckily a quick floor on the floor after that. And this one too. Oof, please don't get separated from the rest of the party. That is very bad when that happens. Yo, etiquette. Really, Bidoof? Oh, he actually managed to take down the opposing Pokemon there. This is still a really slow dungeon, by the way. RNG has really not been on our side so far. Awesome to see Meowth, he's the best Pokemon. Meowth is a cool Pokemon to use. This is one of the very few runs where we actually use Meowth. I don't think I've mentioned this yet, but in Explorers of Sky, we actually don't use Meowth, we use Riolu instead. But Riolu isn't a starter option in this game, which is why we have to go for something else. It's actually one of the reasons why the runs for Sky and Time are so different. Okay, time for Mount Horn. Mount Horn is actually in Recruit Them All, the dungeon where we get Kecleon, the hardest recruit in the game. Or supposedly the hardest recruit in the game. That is actually kind of debatable. I'll get that. That should do. Take other bands. Where's the golden seed? There. Scratch Stab does play into its advantage, yes. What's the difference between Time and Darkness for speedruns? So there's a bunch of version exclusive items. And as a result, Time actually has a bunch of items that you can't get in Darkness and vice versa. Now, because of that, Time is actually way more consistent than Darkness, because a lot of the items you can get here, though not generally necessarily the fastest items, are generally items that will make it easier to complete runs. So as such, generally speaking, you'll see runners opt to go for Time rather than Darkness. On top of that, by the way, for Darkrai, you absolutely do not want to do Darkness. The lack of those items make it almost impossible to run Darkness for that category. Right. Follow me again, Bidoof. Lots of Parasect. Those Parasects can actually be a problem, I think. Actually, I don't know if they have Spore. I don't think they do. Venomoth is the biggest threat, honestly. Has Darkness a different story this time? No, the story is the same between both games. Sky does have some differences, both in gameplay and in, like, there's a bit more to the story, I think, but they're only small bits. Time and Darkness, however, are virtually the same. So it's very much like comparing, for example, Pokemon Red and Pokemon Blue. That was a solid Mount Horn. That was a really decent Mount Horn. Actually golded that Mount Horn. Are there ROM hacks of these games? Probably. This game also have a glitch where you can force the same seed for the dungeon like in Red and Blue Rescue Team. It does not. So this one is actually down to being able to play it as best you can. So we get to the camp here after Mount Horn, and this is where we kind of regroup before we go deeper into the dungeon. So this was just good RNG. Yep, that was just good RNG. Why can't you see splits? We're currently in a marathon run, Kata. So I'm live over on twitch.tv/Pokemon Speedruns TV, where we're doing a weekend-long marathon of a bunch of different Pokemon games back-to-back. And because of that, I'm using the layout that I'm using, and I'm also rather limited on space that I can have on my own stream, aside from what you would see on that stream, so kind of to fit things in. Okay, so we're gonna basically progress further from here, see if we can make any big discoveries. This Fogbound Lake shouldn't be too far away from here. Now, we did learn that Uxie supposedly has the ability to wipe memories, and this place feels vaguely familiar to Meowth. So Meowth is like, maybe that's why I remember this place. Maybe Uxie wiped my memories. That would explain it. So all the more reason to continue. We also find this gem along the way. Very, like, the gem almost feels warm to the touch, and we decide to bring it along. We get to Foggy Forest. Now, Foggy Forest is the first dungeon, again, where we do not actually have to worry about Bidoof. We're done with the entire sequence where we had Bidoof in our party. We're just gonna hope for a fast dungeon like that. I don't even mind the fact that there's 3 enemies in the way if we get to a floor where we instantly find the stairs. Not having to look for the stairs still saves way more time, so... Why Meowth and Totodile? Meowth is by far the most powerful Pokemon that I can take, due to just a combination of good moves. It has Screech, which is really useful for this run in particular. It has Stab on a bunch of moves, which I think is a thing in this game. I'm not entirely sure. It's just a really powerful physical Pokemon. Not to mention, as an added bonus, it has Fake Out, which can actually hit at a longer range, which makes it nice as a support. Totodile just gets good moves and is decently powerful overall, but makes for a good partner. And it just matches up well against a lot of the things that Meowth doesn't match up well against. So for example, in the second dungeon, there's Geodude, or second or third dungeon, there's Geodudes, which Totodile deals really well with, whereas Meowth wouldn't. So it just kind of fills the gaps. We're actually almost at the end of Foggy Forest already. No, I do want a warp. I'm going to take that warp. I believe this is the last floor. Not 100% sure, but I think this is the last. Here we go. Do Pokemon level up in this one? Yes, but at the start of the run, I actually used a bunch of golden seeds, so everybody got 5 additional level ups because of that. Now, as we get through Foggy Forest, we actually end up at this statue. A statue of Groudon that kind of just seems to be out of nowhere. And there's an inscription on the side. It's super cryptic, but it does mention the path to treasure. So what we figure out is, okay, you know what? What if Meowth decides to touch the statue? Maybe we'll have another one of those visions and be able to figure out what was going on with this. So that's what we're going to do. Now, as we touch it, we do figure out that it has something to do with it. We hear a voice, and immediately after the first vision, we immediately get a second. Now remember that stone that we picked up a little while ago? The one that we were like, it's warm to the touch and everything? Yeah, if we put that into the statue, into its chest, the statue actually reacts, and that's what unlocks the path forward. Or rather, that's what's going to lift the fog enough that we can actually see further than what we could before. If we look up, well, I think it'll actually show on the bottom screen in a moment, or on the top screen in a moment. So you'll see, we're actually already at Fogbound Lake. Oh, there it is. See, these waterfalls that are falling down, They are actually water flowing from Fogbound Lake to that point. Alright, then and there we get stopped by Team Skull again. They decide that they're going to get rid of us right here and now. We've done enough for them. But before they get a chance to attack, there's a perfect apple that rolls in the way. It's Guildmaster Wigglytuff. Perfect apple slipped out of his hands, and he's been chasing it, and that's how he ended up back here. I love how Wigglytuff just seems to be completely unaware of what's going on around him. And now Coughing and Skuntank decide to attack Wigglytuff, and well, we'll see. We'll check back later with them, shall we? Instead, we are going to go into Steam Cave first. Now, Steam Cave is one of those dungeons that can really go in a lot of different directions. It can be a very easy dungeon, but it can also be a very nasty one. I should quickly check how much money I still have. That's kind of important. I should have more than enough, but I do. I need 500 Poké Dollars after this dungeon to be able to link some moves. Are we sure that that's a Wigglytuff and not a Clefable? With how unaware it is? I think so. Yeah, I think it's still say because the other Pokemon around us still confirm it to be a Wigglytuff. Anyway, here we go, Steam Cave. First things first, Power Band, Special Band. We're gonna hope for just quick floors. That's what we want. I mean, that's what we want throughout the dungeon, throughout the game, but see if we can get that today. We're off to a decent start with Steam Cave. That was an insanely good first half. Like, that first half of Steam Cave was insane. If you were to make some big mechanics change to PMD to make it a better speed game, what would you do? An ability to help you find the stairs quicker. Or something to get through text faster. Because there are really long cutscenes. which is, after all, what makes it a 6-hour run. Then again, being able to just skip through the cutscenes with just holding B, or rather mash perfectly with just holding B, already makes this a much less intense run than a lot of the main series runs. And that is worth emphasizing, by the way. If anyone's been thinking of picking up a Pokemon game at some point, but not really sure which one they would want to pick up, consider Mystery Dungeon. It's a really fun one. And actually, especially because like it's long, yes. Although PMD 1, not so much. But being able to get through text perfectly just by holding B makes it a very relaxing game by comparison to run. Like, I run just about every Pokemon game out there, and I mean that quite literally. You'll be hard-pressed to find a Pokemon game I don't have at least a run in. And this is still one of the more fun ones to run, if you ask me. Yeah, PMD 1 for no Wonder Mail and no Quick Save, so no RNG Manip, is like 3 hours, give or take. Pokemon Pinball? In a sense, I've run Pokemon Pinball. Not the official category, but I have run it. I've attempted the official categories for it, but that game is difficult. This is a rather unfortunate floor like this. I've run Puzzle Challenge. Only once, but I've run Puzzle Challenge, I've run Conquest. So, I mean, I might as well mention it here, because there's plenty of Pokemon fans out there in this chat, I suppose. Once a year, there is a race of just about every single Pokemon game back-to-back. This year, it consisted of 62 different Pokemon games. I am one of the participants of that. So, as such, I've basically run all of them. No, wait, I split after Groudon. I was about to say, I'm forgetting something here. What's the difference between Explorers of Darkness and Time? Version-exclusive items. Darkness has a lot of items, or Time has a lot of items that are very useful that are not in Darkness. Darkness has a few that are that would work the other way around, but it makes Time significantly more consistent to run. Darkness, in theory, can be the faster one, but completing runs in Darkness is much, much more difficult, because you're going to die a lot more. Have you run Super Mystery Dungeon? Yes, I have. Only once, but I have. So yeah, we realized that something's going on up there. We also get to finally see what happened to Team Skull earlier. Safe to say, Wigglytuff was a little bit stronger than they expected. I have not yet run Cafe Mix. You got me on that one. I haven't actually played it yet. So we find Groudon here. Tells us to leave, but we are, well, we are not going to. Groudon is the Pokemon that guards Fogbound Lake. We also see all of the other Pokemon, and at some point, one of them is going to ask what would happen And your Carfish, what would happen if you try to battle Groudon? And well, I thought is like, it'd be suicide. Weech in my chat is pointing out Pokemon Quest because he knows I've not run Pokemon Quest yet. Still on the list though, Weech. I'll get to Pokemon Quest eventually, probably. Anyway, we're gonna Screech here. He got the stat increase. That is really unlucky. So he got a 10% stat boost there. That actually makes this fight a little bit more difficult. It's still not that difficult at all. But that would be a little, that was a little bit annoying. And then it turns out that the Groudon just disappears. And it turns out that the Groudon was actually nothing more than an illusion. Created by a Pokemon who's the actual guardian of Fogbound Lake. Meet Uxie, guardian of Fogbound Lake. Uxie stands guard over something very special here. As we look at the lake, we see a bunch of lights flying around. Volbeats and Illumise. And at the center of the lake, there's a light. And if we look very closely, we'll see that it's guarding over a time gear. This is what Uxie stands as a guard over. Uxie created Groudon with its psychic abilities as an illusion to try and scare away anyone who would try and come over here. Now we tell Uxie the story of Meowth having lost, like being a human and having lost its memories. But Uxie mentions that Uxie does not have this kind of power, and there's never been a human here. And so the rest of the guild gets here as well. Initially, they're all scared of Groudon being here. And it turns out, well, the guildmaster is already here. Look at how pretty the lake is. I also learned that the Meowth it's like his heart starts to race the moment that he sees that time gear. We still have no idea who we are or what we're doing here, but they're still happy to have gotten this far. And so we are going to leave. Pretend as if nothing ever happened. Our bag gets a bit of an increase in size again. And that's the end of Chapter 9. On to Chapter 10, Dusk Noir. So this is really where you can kind of see what I meant with the first half of the game. The first chapters go faster than the later chapters. We are currently already on Chapter 10 and 10 of 20, yet we're definitely not halfway through yet. Any particular reason why I chose this to run this over Sky? I don't own Sky. I had a cartridge of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time lying around, so that's what I decided to run. That's really it. For speedrunning, Time Darkness and Sky are considered separate. They have a separate leaderboard because the games actually do play differently. Sky is a bit faster. So we get to meet the world-famous explorer Dusk Noir. He explores solo, and he's supposedly insanely good at what he does. Oh, thank you, Mars. Thank you. So we learn, basically our guildmaster tells us that our expedition was a dud. We didn't really learn anything new. And we welcome Dusk Noir to the guild. Hush, Cardia, we don't know that yet. Yeah, Dusk Noir is gonna go into town. We're just gonna have some filler days again. And unlike before, we don't actually have to do any more missions, so we are going to just go into a cave and escape warp out. That's the idea, nothing more. Luckily, we picked up a bunch of escape orbs earlier, so I can actually make use of them here. Make this this bit speed up quite a bit. Well, Sankey, if you want to see the dojo, we actually do have to go through the dojo in the Recruit Them All. It's Marowak Dojo in this game, but you actually go in there in the Recruit Them All category. Not in any percent, though. So yeah, Skuntank and the rest of Team Skull, they're going to plot something new, but for now they're going to be out of the way for a while. We don't really have to worry about them for a bit. So before we actually get to do anything, we have to make a visit to the Kecleon shop to see if they have perfect apples in stock. Before we do, we're actually going to go to Electivire's Link shop And we are going to be linking a bunch of moves. This is that point in the run where we get to make use of this. So I am going to link those two, and I am going to link those two. Time for us to meet Dusk Noir here again. And everybody's kind of just praising at how well-known Dusk Noir is. Thought I'll ask for Perfect Apples, but they don't have them in stock. And here is where we get to see Meryl and Azurill again. This time around, they're looking for an item that Azurill has, or that they've lost, the water float. So they're going to ask us to find that for them. Well, they won't just yet, but they will in a little bit. They figured out where it is, but then eventually don't manage to reach it, so they're gonna ask me. Now, something very important actually. You guys have been asking a few times what the actual differences were between time and darkness. This next dungeon is actually going to start one of the main reasons why I run time and not darkness. Because we have one more filler day and then we're gonna get to the next dungeon. In this dungeon, monster houses and traps start to spawn. Now the traps, there's not much we can do about, but the monster house is. Once we hit a room, and these are usually rooms with just a ton of items in them, there's a chance we get to see a monster house, which is basically as soon as I enter the room, a buttload of enemies start to spawn. Like, this can be anywhere between like 5 and like 15. I think I've seen it go upwards to that. I don't think it's 15, but they can be really high amounts. In time, we have Petrify Orbs and Foehold Orbs. You guys have already seen those. In Darkness, those don't actually exist. In Darkness, you have to rely on Totter Orbs, which confuses all of the enemies, which is definitely not as good as paralyzing them until they get hit. Slumber Orbs, which put them to sleep, or Foe Fear Orbs, which makes them run away from you for a little bit. Here, we have Petrify and Foehold, and Petrify and Foehold basically stun them until they get hit by something. So in a room without weather, they basically get to never do anything from there on. That's one of the main things that makes this run so much safer. If you get 0 monster houses, there you go, darkness is faster. But if you do get monster houses, you're just much better equipped to deal with them. Yeah, that's one of the very big differences there. Sky has roughly the same story. There are some small differences, but Time and Darkness and Sky, they have close to the same story. Why would Darkness be faster? One of the other version exclusive items are items that buff that instantly get your attack and your special attack to max out. There's a seed that as soon as you eat it, you instantly go to like +6 attack, +6 special. And that's really useful for boss. That speeds up boss fights a bit. Especially like in the early bosses, it doesn't really matter, but in the later bosses, it can make a difference. So here we get to hear more about that water flow that they've been looking for. It turns out it's now at the top of the Amp Plains. Now, Amp Plains is full of electric types, so Meryl is not exactly equipped to deal with that. So they are asking us to do just that. So it's time for us to head to the Amp Plains. This dungeon can actually be a little bit scary, even despite the fact that I'm like 12 levels higher than I'm supposed to be. Hurl Orb isn't that good. We're gonna just skip over that. I don't want any of the Pokemon to join me here. They're going to offer that, but kind of useless. Don't have any use for them right now. Okay, well, I guess we're taking the stairs like that then. Okay, a couple of stair floors there. We like to see it. This is good. We may have had a bit of a rough start, but honestly, this run's turning out quite alright. Okay, very important that I pick that back up. Yo, Maz. One bad floor there, but honestly, well made up for by the floors before it. Now let's try to get one more good one. Kind of do want that max elixir. I don't have that many at this point, so going to just grab that. Oh, and then move on. So back at Treasure Town, The Meryl and Azurill tell Dusknoir about what we're doing. And, or rather, they tell us that we are going to the Amp Plains. And from there on, he's kind of like, okay, that's bad. And he starts rushing to the to Amp Plains. Honestly, I have plenty of orbs. I think I have enough escape orbs for the rest as well, so I don't even need to look for that. If I'd been closer, I might have checked it. Like, it probably doesn't hurt for me to check them at this point, but I have so many orbs that I should be able to deal with just about everything the game can throw at me. Good, but at this point, not even worth it anymore. We're about to come up on one of the more deadly bosses of the game. The upcoming boss is mainly deadly because they don't fight just as the one. They fight in a huge group. And that actually makes them kind of annoying for me to fight. Because the next boss fight really is all about crowd control. Okay, we got to the boss. So this fight, even with all of the golden seeds that I've eaten, it is not unlikely that we'll lose at least one revive in this. So this is Luxray and Luxio. We have to fight all of these, by the way. We're going to throw a stun seed. That's going to at least paralyze one of them in place. That's a really unfortunate miss. Good fight, though, overall. So we meet, or Dusknoir decides to put a stop to what's going on here. And he's going to kind of just apologize for us. And, Try and convince Luxray that we mean no harm. Now, while this is going, I am going to place something heavy on the B button and quickly refill my water. I'll be right back. It is, at least over here, it is stupidly warm, so, you know, stay hydrated and all that. Okay. That out of the way. We learn here that it was Team Skull who was behind it, who placed the water float over here, try and get us to go here and, you know, risk our lives, basically. Well, to be fair, for those that don't know, Moz is actually the world record holder on this category, so he probably knows way more about this game than I do. Yo, Patwig, thank you for the good luck. Yeah, my living room is still, like, it's not that bad, but it is still stupidly warm around here. Yeah, we also start telling Dusknoir about us being a human, about how we've traveled, or about how we woke up here with no memory except knowing our name. And Dusknoir doesn't, or tells us that he doesn't really know anything, except he does know about the ability that we have, the dimensional stream. He doesn't know too much about it, but he tells us a little bit about what it means and what it does. But he tells us what we already figured out ourselves. And then Bidoof comes running towards us and tells us that we have to hurry to the guild, and there is something that, or some kind of announcement that they are going to be making. We learned that another time gear was stolen. It wasn't the... Or no, it was the one at Fogbound Lake, so people start to kind of blame... Wait, or for a moment they start to kind of just blame each other, being like, wait, did somebody here talk? But of course nobody did, we all kept it a secret. Dusknoir then realizes that our expedition wasn't exactly a failure, rather we found a time gear and we promised to keep it a secret. Uxia's alright, but, and from the statement, we have figured out what the criminal is. It's Grovile. Thank you, D-Man. And now it's going to be our job to try and find and capture Grovile, but We actually come up with a half-decent plan. We are going to try to find the remaining time gears and see if we can help protect them. Now this is the first point where we are actually going to be able to use our weather bands a lot. We're coming up on the northern desert, and there's a few Pokemon there that have, or that have the, wait, no. Go right back into the guild, yeah. I wasn't sure for a moment if it was that or go to the beach, but this was correct. Yeah, in that desert area, there's a couple of Pokemon that have the ability to cause a sandstorm to happen. So we are going to use weather bands to make sure that we are not going to have to deal with that, because otherwise we would be stopped in our track like every 15 to 20 steps, I think it is. Take a hit from sandstorm, and then be allowed to continue. Beaches before Brine Cave, yeah. For some reason, I had them confused for a moment. There's a fly buzzing at my window, and it's super annoying. It's making so much noise. I don't know why I felt the need to mention that, but I felt the need to mention that. No, Larvitar, this is not recruit them all. Fair enough, Moz, fair enough. That works too. My point being, there is going to be sandstorms starting this point, so weather bands are nice. That is really unfortunate. Now we're gonna have to go all the way back. Of course it was just up from where we were. That's just my luck. Okay, so this is the first of those sandstorm floors. Really nice to have the orbs, or sorry, the bands here. Now another thing is with these Sandshrews here, these guys have Sand Veil, or whatever. No, I don't think it's called Sand Veil, but whatever the ability is called for preventing them from being hit in Sandstorm. It might actually be Sand Veil, I'm not sure. At least we're getting a couple of quick floors now. I'm running out of power points on my linked moves, which could become a little bit of an issue soon. But if my linked moves run to 0, they will disconnect, and that would be very bad for me. That is really unfortunate. I've told it I'll take care of the Rhyhorns. Meowth does not deal with those very well. That miss really mattered. Totodile had hit the water gun, it would have easily killed. Yeah, lost a bit of time there, but still doing good. So we get to these giant pits of quicksand, but this is where it kind of seems to be the end of the line. Really not much to it. So we're not really going to be able to progress, at least not yet. And then it turns out that everybody looked, but nobody found anything. I am actually going to try to get rid of that fly real quick. This cutscene is long enough, I think. Of course, then I can't actually find it. Okay, whatever. Advantage of this game, again, I can just put something heavy on the B button and the text just keeps mashing for itself. Or I just hold the B button and the text goes by quick as possible. Very useful for a speedrun. We're gonna head out again. And, you know, that brings us back to, well, trying to find the time gears again. And earlier when we were at those, at the end of Quicksand, or of Northern Desert, Meowth had a very feeling as if it was a place he knew, as if he'd been there before, similar to what it was at Fogbound Lake. So, we decide to go back there, back to Quicksand Desert, and see if we can make some progress there. I do, JMac. I both have a DS with a capture card and a 3DS with a capture card. Can a Pokemon be shiny in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? In the newest one, there are a few that can. In this one, no. Although there is technically one shiny Pokemon in this game, we will get to that. So what we're going to suggest here is not so much that we continue looking around here, but rather that we go into the quicksand, and that there might be a cave underneath it. So there we go. And underneath, there is, in fact, a cave. Hey, Quicksand Cave, here we go. Another place where Sandstorm is absolutely an option. We're just gonna hope that we don't encounter it. Pupitar is one of the Pokemon that can cause sandstorms. I just realized I should probably do that. And that. So that's what I mean. This is what those weather bands are for. Those can be quite useful in situations like that when we don't immediately find the stairs. I mean, right there we have the stairs right in front of us, but that isn't going to always be the case. Poison's a little bit annoying, but we are almost done with this, with Pitsand Cave at least. He's going to sand. He's not going to Sandstorm. I kind of expected Pupitar to go Sandstorm there. I don't mind that it decided not to. Very good Quicksand Cave. Now let's go Quicksand Pit. So there's another 10 floors here. How did you get the overleveled? This is the with Wonder Meal category, and at the start of the run, we Wonder Mealed in a bunch of golden seeds. Golden seeds are items that instantly level me 5 times. Other than that, this run's actually very similar to the No Wonder Meal run, but the only other real benefit we have is the weather bands that we're using in this dungeon. But because of that, I've actually been overleveled, which just makes this run significantly safer, which is why I much prefer running this in a marathon setting than I would No Wonder Meal. But here's a bunch of Pokemon with Sandstream, which is actually what makes this dungeon really annoying. Or at least normally it would. Okay, so this is the monster houses that I was talking about earlier. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna take one step into the room, and I am going to use a petrify orb. I'm gonna kill the ninjas because that one does get affected by sandstorm. Yo, Ryan and player. There is the last one. So there is another fight that we still need to do. Right here, as we get to the bottom, we are actually going to find our next time gear. There's a huge lake underground here. Center of the lake. Well, we get a similar light to what we saw before. But, there's a voice telling us to leave. Now, we get into a boss fight here against Mesprit. This is actually one of the easier boss fights in the game. It takes a couple of turns. Depending on your rolls, I think you can even take it down in, 2 turns. Maybe with low rolls it needs 3, but honestly, it's a really fast fight. So we now have to try to convince Mesprit that it wasn't us who stole the time gear, and that's when Groval shows up. Who knocks out the Mesprit and manages to get away. Well, we're gonna try to stop him, but we aren't going to succeed at it. And that's when time starts, or well, not, I guess time stops in this place as the time gear is taken away. And we gotta run. Well, we now know that it's not the guild, but yeah, safe to say that things don't look too good right now. So now it's all about trying to find that time gear and trying to stop Grovile. Time has stopped, but the timer keeps running. Yeah, sadly, that's a thing. How did the time gear get there in the first place when they're supposed to be... Oh, I mean, the time gears are hidden in places. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna... I don't think I have an answer to that, honestly. Thank you, Jim Freak. Now, Dusknoir here realizes there's a legend there's 3 Pokemon. Uxie and Mesprit make 2 of the 3, but there is another one, Azelf, which is likely where the 3rd time gear is, and likely the place that we need to go in order to protect the time gear. Now we just need to figure out where that is. So when can you evolve? Evolving is in the post-game. Like, you need to basically have finished the post-game, and then you can evolve. So, we are not going to evolve over the course of this run, because we're only doing the main storyline. Now, Bidoof has a crystal that he found earlier in the Crystal Caves, and Dusknoir realizes that it might be worth having Meowth touch the crystal to see if it triggers anything. Is it in all Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games like that? I think so, yes. Super, there's technically more to it, like it's more complicated there, but essentially, yes. When we touch the crystal, we actually see a vision of the future where Azelf is being attacked by Groville. So we do know now that that is indeed where we need to go next. Hope you guys have been enjoying this mystery dungeon run so far, by the way. It's quite quite the run, but I hope I've been able to sort of explain what's going on in the game at least. And yeah, I guess while we see, like, because basically now we're gonna get a little bit more background on Time Gears and Grovyle and that sort of stuff, and what our ability is. While that's going on, I figure I might as well mention real quick, if you like seeing these sort of runs, that goes for Pokemon runs in general, which the fact that you're in this channel says a lot. I run a lot of Pokemon games, so if you like seeing those, be sure to also hop over to my channel real quick and drop a follow. I don't run Mystery Dungeon that often, although I have a Recruit Them All planned to happen in the next couple of weeks somewhere, probably. So I'm hoping to still be able to do that before the end of August, although it depends a little bit on what the weather does as well. So, you know, but I also run main series and side games and just about everything that's Pokemon. Only played Blue Rescue Team a long time ago and don't remember a lot of things. Sorry for all the questions. No worries, Janara. Feel free to ask questions. Okay, so time for us to go chase down Grovyle. What's the shorter list? The number of Pokemon games I run or the number of Pokemon games I don't run? The number of games I don't run. That one you can probably sum up on one hand. Possibly. Could you? Probably. So we get to the Crystal Caves, and this is, we just have to go through it. It's 11 floors. Pokemon Ranger? Yeah, I speedrun Ranger. All 3 of them. Not very actively, but... So the Crystal Caves is one of those dungeons. It can go really quickly, but this can also be one of the dungeons where you can actually lose quite a bit of time, because there's usually a lot of big floors, a lot of traps that can spawn here. Monster houses are a thing. But just in general, because it's such a big, like a dungeon with so many big floors with small rooms, it can take a while to get through. Oh, stair floors here really, really matter. Well, thank you guys. I'm glad, I appreciate the follows. Okay, this is where we have to use an orb. I don't have that many orbs, do I? Actually, I can use a warp orb here instead. I thought it would do that for the entire room. Okay, never mind. Foe hold, use. So I'm down to 1 Foehold orb. So I actually do need to start checking orbs for more Monster House related orbs. Otherwise we might be in trouble later. Go around here. I do want to try to keep that. Thank you. Oh, it's the Spurn Orb in this game. Fair enough. I got them mixed up. Okay, rollout can actually be kind of bad because it can do a lot of damage. Donphans in general have a lot of multi-hit moves, and those can be scary. Works. Okay, time for the... well, we get a few more cutscenes here. After the Crystal Caves, we end up at this place where there's 3 colored statues. Now, we're gonna have to match up these 3 statues in the color of Azelf in order to unlock the path forward. That's the basic idea. But just like the other 2 places, this place feels very familiar to Meowth once again. And as we touch one of them, we get another one of these dizzy spells. Another dimensional scream. And it's where we kind of learn that that is what we need to do in order to open up the path forward. Five, 2, 4. There we go. That's all there is to it. Once they've all turned blue, that's when the path to the Crystal Crossing opens up. So this is it. This is where the last time gear is supposed to be. So we're gonna go in. We're gonna make it all the way through. This upcoming boss is actually very different between this game and Explorers of Time. I'll explain in a moment why once we actually get to it. Or sorry, Explorers of Sky, I mean. But this next part is actually Though it looks almost the same, the strategy that we use in Sky is something you have to absolutely not do in Time Darkness, and I think that's kind of fun. It's kind of an interesting little difference. But first, let me focus on getting us through this dungeon. 13 floors. This one isn't as bad as the previous one. Still a dungeon that can definitely troll if it wants to. I'll take the Spurn Orb. Yo, Miss Staldi, thank you. I'll let Totodile deal with the Float Soul. Sheesh, these traps right now, though. Game, can we not do this? Of course, it's the last room I check here. Not off to a great start, but plenty of dungeon left. Very unfortunate stair luck up to this point. Okay, this floor just sucks. Can we all agree on that? Thank you for the good luck, Yuan Li. At least that stair floor kind of makes up for it a little. Not by enough, but at least it's a little. I gotta start using Fake Out on weaker enemies or I'm gonna run out of power points. I'm probably still going to run out, but... especially with Pokemon with pressure here. Yo, Kevin. Yeah, okay, we're almost out of linked moves. Let me actually eat that apple real quick. We were at 4 belly. It's not really a mechanic I've actually touched upon yet, but throughout every dungeon, our belly can drop. And if our belly hits 0, we start taking damage every step we take. And we don't heal anymore as we move. So it'll just eventually drain our health to 0, and at that point we're just dead. So we really want that not to happen, which means I occasionally may need a food item. In early dungeons, it's usually not that significant yet, because they're usually short enough that I can make my way through it without ever getting my belly to 0. Although, if we get a lot of bad floors, it can definitely happen. Okay, so now we get to the bottom of the Crystal Crossing, and this is where we actually get a very interesting fight. In the next boss fight, in Explorers of Sky, you don't actually have to win. You can just go at it, you go into the fight, you give up, done. That's it. In this, the story would actually continue, but we would lose half of our items and all of our money if we do that. So it's a very bad idea to do that. Now, alternatively, this fight is not actually that difficult, so I can just fight him and it's easy. But losing is the strat here in Sky, whereas in Time, you have to win, unless you really want to lose a bunch of items. So yeah, we're just gonna walk towards him, attack a bunch. He only has like 500 HP. As you can see, we just dealt half in the first turn. That's good. Yeah, I lost the Reviver Seed. Still not terrible though. I have plenty. I should have thrown a Sleep Seed or something. That would have been the better play. Although, honestly, it's fine. I think I still have, like, 5 Reviver Seeds or something. Yeah, then Dusk Noir shows up and stops Grovyle. The two get into a battle, and then Grovyle manages to escape. But he didn't manage to get the time gear, at least. So we wake up back at the guild. And, well, Azelf is alright. Dusk Noir at least managed to prevent Grovyle from getting the time gear. And, you know, everything's alright. So we also learned at the end of that interaction between Grovyle and Dusk Noir that the two have known each other. That much became obvious. The two have some history together. That's already referred to it as this world. As if the two aren't exactly from this world. Well, we'll learn more about that in a moment as we get to Dusk Noir's secret. This is probably the chapter with the longest, either the longest or second longest cutscene. There are 2 filler days in this, but outside of that, this entire chapter doesn't contain a single dungeon I need to do, and those 2 filler caves are just go into the dungeon, escape orb out. I still have enough escape orbs. Hello, Mutant. Your favorite game in the marathon? I'm glad to hear that. Well, Yuanli, this is typing while holding B. This cutscene is one of the main bathroom breaks in the entire game. If I place something heavy on the B button here, I could go to the bathroom and be back, and the cutscene would still be playing. I believe this is like... Or it's either this one or the next one, but it's like... This sequence, I think, is like 10 minutes or something, and we need to do like 2 things in those 10 minutes. Or probably even more. Probably like closer to 15 minutes worth of just cutscenes. Because again, like, that's one of the really nice things about running Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. You can just hold B and it'll mash text for you. Or, alternatively, place something heavy enough to hold the B button down, and you can just kind of get up and move away for a little bit, stretch your legs, that sort of stuff. Now, basically what we learn here is that Dusknoir and Grovyle are not... Well, they're from this world, but they're from the future. And in the future, time doesn't flow anymore. It just stops. There's no more day and night. There's nothing happening. It's just an empty, dark world. Now, initially, Dusknoir tells us that Grovyle is from that world, and then we learn that Dusknoir is as well. Yeah, here he basically reveals that he too is from the future. He traveled back to stop Grovyle. Now, they basically make a plan here where they're going to try to protect the last crystal and capture Grovyle. Now, if we all go to the lake, there is no way that Grovyle is going to fall for it. He's going to notice that. So instead, what we're going to do is that the trio is all going to go to the lake, and we're going to try to kind of just lure Grovyle to the lake and then capture him. If there is no day or night, then they should just change the save battery. So true. So with the plan now in place, we are going to just resume our usual business for a little bit while they try to capture Grovyle. Yoshido, good morning. So this is where we just go out, go back to Beach Cave, escape orb out, repeat. There's really not much to this chapter. This is probably one of the least interesting chapters in the entire run. There isn't actually even a single dungeon we need to do here. I can opt to go into dungeon, or into Treasure Town before I go into the dungeon to see if I can find a couple of extra reviver seeds. I should check how many I have, actually. That said, I might still have 1 or 2 in storage. I'm not sure. I think I may have taken all of them out, but I'm not 100% sure on that. We have 5. That should be fine, actually. How am I doing compared to PB thus far? I'm ahead. Although, that is technically in part because I'm comparing against my with Wondermill PB, and I have run no Wondermill more often than I've run with Wondermill, so it's not entirely a fair comparison. Like, my no Wondermill run, which is the slower category of the two, is actually faster than my with Wondermill PB. Because with Wondermill is basically just a slightly faster, slightly safer version. That said, if you're curious, I'm compared on my splits, I'm 13.5 minutes ahead, which I think is about a minute. It's around my any percent no Wondermill PB. So it's not actually unlikely that I get a proper PB out of this, but we'll have to see. How much time does Wondermill save? Not that much. I want to say like 5 to 10 minutes probably in the current route. If you if you go with, if you were to optimize it a bit more and go with Mobile Scarf, it could add up quite a bit more, but I don't make use of that at this point. So the difference really isn't big at all. A couple minutes at best. So we learned that Crrool has been captured, and Dusknoir is taking him home. So he hopes to, or he invites us to the Treasure Town Square to say his goodbyes. Yeah, really the only reason why I opted for with Wondermill instead of no Wondermill is just consistency. Like, this run is incredibly consistent compared to no Wondermill, and even no Wondermill is decently consistent. So yeah, the plan worked. Crrool has been captured. And then as they get here, we're going to make some room. And Dusknoir is going to take Crrool into the future again. And that's the end of it, right? That's where we end it. Crrool's captured. World is saved. Now time is as the credits begin. So get ready on that. OP. Obviously, if you've seen the estimate, you know that that's not true, but... So don't actually hit time soon, Kevin. That's not a thing. Yeah, time gears are all back. They're all going to be put back in their original spots. And Dusknoir is going to say his goodbyes here. Very sad. Oh, but before he leaves, He asks me and Crrool to come forward to say goodbye. Well, this is goodbye. Or is it? It's too soon for farewells. And then he drags us into the portal into the future. And everybody's like, what just happened? So, welcome to the future, where everything is very dark and very bleak, and the entire world is dead, and yeah, things are not looking too great. We also learn for the first time of Dialga, who apparently is Dusknoir's master. Is this 2020? We don't know. Yeah, we start here in prison. In order to continue, we actually have to try to open the doors. We're going to fail in that. But we had to try. Totodile is very confused as to why we're in the future. And then a bunch of Sableye come running towards us. They take us with us, and well, things are not looking too hot here. As we get tied up and basically get ready to be killed. But not just the two of us, there's actually someone else here. Profile. We're tied to a stockade, ready to be dealt with for good. So the Sableye are actually going to be ordered to attack and kill us. We are going to get a couple of options, and the fastest for us will be to attack. That's the fastest way for us to get out of here. I don't actually know what the other two do, but I just know that attack is the fastest. So yeah, the Sableye have the brilliant idea of trying to kill us with Fury Swipes. And we just kind of hope that their Fury Swipes are enough to loosen the ropes a little bit and give us a chance to escape. Which does indeed happen, and now we attack. And Crrool throws a Luminous Orb. Now, this is not what a Luminous Orb actually does in this game. If you've ever played this game, you might know that a Luminous Orb actually shows you the entire layout of the floor, including the stairs. Very useful item. But Crrool uses that and then uses Dig, even though the other two Pokemon didn't even know Dig. The other two loop back to the same question. I wouldn't be surprised. That would make sense, actually. This is a much cooler use of the Luminous Orb. You're not wrong. It absolutely is. So yeah, at this point we've kind of learned that in reality, Grovyle wasn't the bad guy. Dusknoir was the bad guy. Who would have guessed? Oh, we don't know that yet? Well, we're going to learn soon enough, so. Right, yeah, we've got the entire denial. I forgot about that. Essentially, Grovyle is going to tell us a bit about what's going on, but Totodile doesn't believe it. Totodile suggests, by the way, that we should wait for morning to continue. And then Grovyle is like, morning never comes. Planet is in a state of paralysis. Time doesn't run. No wind. Never comes. Neither spring nor summer ever come. World of unrelenting darkness. I have to put Primal Dialga in the main series. I mean, Primal Dialga would be really cool, no doubt. I thought paralysis was only 33% to not move. Well, I mean, if you've ever watched a speedrunner who got paralyzed in a run, you know that those 33% essentially mean that you're guaranteed to not be able to move more. So, in reality, it's quite accurate. So some of these floors look like this with a lot of these rooms. These are the worst if you don't have a mobile scarf. This is one of those dungeons that you really benefit from mobile scarf. Driftblim can okay, that was just a about to say Driftblim can actually be a little bit scary here. Driftblim has Unburden, which means that when we kill it, it actually does quite a lot of damage. Oh, my inventory is full. Still want that though. We'll that. Here we'll. Oh right, Sonic Boom is really broken in this game, by the way. Long range attack That does quite a lot of damage. Honestly, that was a really good chasm cave. Floors 2, 3, 5, 6, and 8 all have the potential to be major trolls, and only 6 and 8 actually trolled. So I'm quite happy with that. Thank you, Cheese Puff. And I agree, Rebellious. I agree. Okay, so here we come up to this water here, and we figure it's worth a try to see if the dimensional screen will work. We touch the frozen water, but nothing happens. We don't see anything. Because we're actually not, or because we're in the future, that just doesn't do anything anymore. Oh wait, I am actually going to do one thing before we continue. We haven't done that in like 3 hours. And I want to quickly check the storage. Oh, wait, citrus berry? I want that too. If you use a citrus berry in this game at full health, it'll actually permanently increase your max HP by 2, which can be incredibly helpful. Just that little bit of extra health that might help me, might just help me survive a little bit more easily. It probably doesn't matter too much, but small bonus, but I had the items, so worth using. Oh wait, there's the stairs. Oh. These dust noirs can actually be annoying because of pressure. Mobile orb is something you really want to see in a Recruit Them All. In the Recruit Them All run of this, you actually use a mobile orb to be able to walk through walls later. Seriously, Totodile? Totodile just wasted half of its power points on that one Dusclops. It's probably worth checking what that orb is. Pure Seeds are really good. The Pure Seed instantly warps you to the stairs. They are basically a skip this floor please sort of item, which makes them one of the most powerful things for me to get. Good Dark Hill. Bit of a struggle halfway through, but overall a very solid Dark Hill. So we now, by this point, Totodile has realized this is indeed the future, and it is indeed a world of darkness. He still doesn't entirely believe that Dusknoir would deceive us, because Dusknoir has saved us so many times. Like, why would he do that? But then again, why would Dusknoir pull us into the future like this? Yo, Keegan? So we convince Totodile to help us, or to go and find Grovyle. Totodile, however, cannot trust Grovyle, and that's kind of the problem here. Because it's like Grovyle said earlier, if Totodile doesn't trust Grovyle, there's not really a point in traveling together. But we are going to press on anyway. Totodile should know that he's not alone. We're still in this together. Yeah, enough on that. Let's get moving. Do you think the protagonist believes Grovyle from the start? No. Okay, so Sealed Ruins here is not as bad as the previous dungeon. There is still a lot that can happen in this dungeon, but overall there aren't as many ghost types. And there's definitely not as many Pokemon that can really become a major problem. Not as much enemies walking through walls and whatnot. I should have let Totodile fight the Probopass. I'll just do that then. Sheesh, that Probopass was kind of difficult to kill. I don't want to look yet at how many apples we just lost to that trap. We did just lose at least 2 apples. When you hit a trap like that, at random, a random amount of your remaining food items turns into grimy food. Grimy food still actually fills your belly for a decent amount. So that's not really so much the issue, but it also then gives you a random status effect. Oh boy. Holy crap, I lost 6. That's a lot. I Also, I think I'm down to 2 Monster House orbs, so I really would like a few extras. It's fine, I had quite a few apples, and they're not, like, generally, you don't really need that many. There's a few dungeons where they're nice, but overall, it's not a huge deal that I lost them. I had way more than I realistically ever needed. Now we see a quick cutscene where Grovyle is going to get attacked. We don't know by what yet, though. Well, we learned that it's a Spiritomb, but... well, you may have seen it if you were paying attention. If you didn't, might have just as well missed them. Tempting to see what the other items are real quick. Could have just taken the stairs. I am Keegan. I am explaining everything as best I can because we're on speedrun, on the speedrun marathon, or Pokemon speedrun marathon right now. We're already almost through this. Unfortunately, the orbs we've been finding are not quite the orbs I've been looking for. That's unfortunate. I can actually get rid of a bunch of grimy foods and replace it with normal apples again. Unfortunate that the water gun missed. The reason I let Totodile take care of those is because Totodile can actually defeat Probopass in one turn, whereas Meowth will always take 2 turns. But if we miss water gun, we don't get it. Spiritomb fight is a bit of a fun fight, though. This is one of the more challenging Pokemon to fight because Spiritomb has Ominous Wind. And Ominous Wind has a 10% chance to give him a stat boost on every stat. And that can actually potentially be a big problem. He usually doesn't go for it, but when he does, it can get quite nasty. We win. Good. So that was Spiritomb. Really not a lot of really difficult bosses left at this point. Generally speaking, though, the bosses are usually not the difficult parts of this game. Random enemies in dungeons are often much more scary. So Grovyle explains that the Spiritomb probably isn't a bad Pokemon. We were in its territory. Totodile still doesn't trust Grovyle. But he does ask Grovyle to tell to tell him more, to help us understand. And Groval accepts that as an answer. Even though Totodile might not trust him, at least that's enough to go with. And this is where we kind of learn the remainder of the truth. And that the paralysis actually started back in our time, where the temporal tower that basically controls time, collapsed, resulting in Dialga transforming in a sense into Primal Dialga, which resulted in the complete paralysis of time as we know it. Now, the time gears are actually used to prevent the paralysis from happening, because if you place the time gears in the temporal tower, it would prevent the tower from collapsing and time would just go back to normal. Dusknoir is an ancient agent of Primal Dialga who was sent from the present, or from the future, so to speak, to the present time, try and stop Groval from fixing the time paralysis. And then Totodile has the brilliant idea of going to Dusknoir to ask if what Groval said is true. Also, to the earlier question as to whether we think that the protagonist knows that Groval's the good guy, in this cutscene, you see the protagonist doubting. So no, the protagonist doesn't immediately know. The Dusknoir tells Dialga that he's set everything up for the capture of the traitors, by which he means us. And in the meantime, we are going to get to Dusk Forest. Now, Dusk Forest is not an easy dungeon, especially Deep Dusk Forest. Deep Dusk Forest is not unlikely to be a place where I may have to use the Pure Seed. Because Groval is going to tag along here, and I don't actually have enough weather bands for everyone. We're traders? Well, in the eyes of Dialga, we're traders. I wouldn't say that we are, though. Okay, here we go, Dusk Forest. Definitely still a few scary things left in this dungeon, by the way. There's Miss Magius, which can go through walls, just like the ghost Pokemon earlier. The Mothems have Bug Bite. And that actually makes the Mothems Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I meant it to swap, but this will do. Mothams of Bug Bite, which will randomly lose me an item. And these things have Bullet Seed, which the Meowth isn't usually that bad, but it can do a lot of damage if Totodile gets hit by it. Those are really the main threats, though. Don't think I need escape warps anymore at this point. Pretty sure I don't. You can never revisit the future dungeons, right? Correct. We can never revisit these. Actually, wasn't the Vile Seed... Yes. Vile Seed will be useful later. Those are quite rare, too. So the Vile Seed reduces the enemy's defense and special defense to its minimum, which if I can use that on the final boss would be quite convenient. Nice couple of stair floors at the end there. Imagine if there was a simulator where you could somehow do Chasm Cave as a ghost. We actually have a way of doing that. It's called a mobile scarf. In Recruit Them All, we actually get a mobile scarf, and we can do Chasm Cave as a ghost. It's really convenient. Okay, chat. A couple of hours ago, we mentioned that there were no shinies in the game, save for one. It's time for you guys to meet that one shiny. This is Shiny Celebi. Interestingly enough, the Shiny Celebi actually did not exist outside of this game at the time of release, because every single Celebi up to this point, when this game came out, was shiny locked. So this was the first instance of Shiny Celebi. Yo, Lizzie, thank you for the good luck. Now, Celebi already suspects that something's up here, but she can't really point to what it is. Anyway, on to Deep Dusk Forest. This is one of the more dangerous and one of the more annoying dungeons in the run. Is there also a normal Celebi in this game? Yes, there is also normal Celebi in this game. Although I believe it's a version exclusive between this and Explorers of Darkness. It's in this game, though. Not 100% sure of that. So these Rhydons are among the most scary because they have Rock Blast. Could have swapped to Totodile immediately when Aggron showed up. Come on. Okay, this is one of the reasons why we want Totodile. Meowth just doesn't one-shot those things without a crit, but Totodile does. Now we really get to see those effects of weather here. Because of the weather bands, Totodile and Meowth are not affected, which still saves a little bit of time. But you can see how much time you lose on Grovyle and Celebi. Now imagine if it was all 4 of them instead of just... just Grovyle and Celebi. Right on, we can one-shot as long as we don't miss. Already have more than enough apples, to be honest. In fact, let's swap an apple for a sleep seed. So at this point, it's not unlikely that the sleep seed is not going to do that much for me. Or sorry, the apple is not going to do much for me. The sleep seed is just going to be more valuable. Although even then, the sleep seed probably won't do much for me either. Honestly, we're so stacked on items, we should find more revivers never hurt. I think that's probably the best thing I can find at this point. Yeah, no, we have enough. Because this is already the last floor. And it's a stair floor. Let's go. Okay, not bad. I am actually solidly ahead of PB right now. Now I'm actually ahead of PB. Not quite sub 6 pace yet, but if we continue along the lines that we have, sub 6 is not out of the question. Which I guess since we're behind on the marathon might not be the worst thing. Not likely, Sankey. Not likely. My cartridge is stable. This DS has never crashed on me. Now, of course, now that I've said it, it's going to happen, but at the very least, I can say it's not likely. So, what happens here story-wise is we get captured by Dusknoir without a chance to escape to the first gate back. So Groval kind of just gives up, but it's okay because Groval didn't go into our present alone. He had a partner. They separated on their trip to the past, but partner is still there and still prevent the planet paralysis from happening. Then Dusknoir asks for the name, and he names Meowth. Dusknoir not realizing that Meowth is his partner. If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna quickly grab a snack here. I'm going for 4 hours, so hopefully it won't echo into the mic much. Actually, I'll wait until the next save screen so I can just put something heavy on the B button. Yeah, this is where we basically get to see how Dusknoir figured out that we are the human, that we are Groval's partner who traveled back in time with Groval to try and figure things out. By the way, Kevin, since I'm seeing you here now, at this rate, sub 6 is not unlikely. We may go solidly underestimate. I'm currently 21 minutes ahead of my comparison splits. Now, granted, my comparison splits would actually put me overestimate, because my official PB is not well, actually, I've done faster runs, but I've never timed them. You heard. Okay, cool. Just figured I'd make sure you would know, because otherwise that would be a bit of an issue. What happened with JT's run? His game crashed. Yeah, we don't actually, like, Celebi kind of buys us an opportunity to travel back in time. So even though they manage to capture the Celebi, the rest of the team manages to escape. Actually, I don't even know if they capture a Celebi as well, but... honestly, JT, it happens. I'd be lying if I said I never had a marathon run where that happened to me, so... don't sweat it, dude. It's unfortunate, but it's out of your control. Again, sorry for some noise in the back, but I am actually gonna grab a quick snack here. Yeah, we travel back in time. We get back to the beach over here. Groval convinces us to not immediately come running to the guild. That might be a bad idea. Now, at the very start, somebody asked me where Totodile used to live before he joined the guild. We are going to find out right now. Welcome to Sharpedo Bluff. Now let's get back to explaining the story here. So a lot of what's going on here is just trying to, or all of the characters kind of trying to catch up on what's been going on. So, about the dimensional screen, about we learned that the dimensional screen, at least in the future, always had some form of a connection to the time gears, and it would never trigger if it wasn't related to the time gears. Now we know that's not the same case in the past, but at least in the future version of it, or the future version of the human that later turned into the Meowth, it would always be related to time gears. But then when traveling back in time, they got separated, Meowth's memory got wiped, and he turned into a Pokemon for some reason. I don't remember if Totodile was bullied Sephiroth. I'm not sure, I'll have to admit. It's been a while since I've played this game casually. Yeah, they're gonna rest up for a bit, and then we're gonna get yet another cutscene. This is probably the longest sequence of cutscenes, and this is another place where, during a run, it's rather easy to take a bathroom break. Admittedly, it's not as big a point because there are some some of those save prompts where you do actually have to press A, but cutscenes here are still decently long, so you can still kind of use that. And then we get to see the sunrise. Very pretty. Now, this next before we actually get a chance to go back to the guild, we're going to go back to Tree Shroud Forest. Our plan, or the plan that Groval had in the earlier version, is the plan that we have again now. He's going to collect the time gears, and we need to get those time gears to Temporal Tower in order to be able to get to the end. That's the general idea. Yo, Strife, run's been going great so far. We're actually on PB pace at the moment. Now, we still have plenty of game left, so it's not really saying anything, but it's something at least. The Tree Shroud Forest is also where Groval got his first time gear last time. The advantage of that one is that it attracts very little unnecessary attention. It's a bit further out of the way, but we need to get it at some point anyway. This is, by the way, the longest single dungeon in the run. It's 20 floors uninterrupted. Is this world record pace? No. But it is potential sub 6 pace. And if we get sub 555 somehow, I think we're looking at 3rd place, which would still be something I'd be very happy with. But a couple of really long dungeons left, so we are still far from the end. Really, Grovyle, did you have to wake up the Kadabra? Grovyle is going to take care of that, so I'm going to just quickly equip the power band. And the special band. Had to take that room slow to make sure that Grovyle wouldn't randomly start attacking something, because that could be very nasty if it does. Maybe I should have checked that orb. I'm still low on Monster House orbs. Come on, I kind of need to progress through Tree Shroud a little bit faster than this. A couple of stair floors could go a long way, though. Ooh, that's a big find. Swap. Reviver seeds, even now, are still among the most, are still probably the most valuable item we can pick up. And the more I have, the safer the late game is going to be, so I will take it. Petrify Orb, great, great. Let's swap that with a Sleep Seed. Maybe I should have eaten that apple. Yeah, in hindsight, that's what I should have done. I should have eaten that apple. Because our belly is starting to drain quite quickly. Now, I have enough, so it's not a huge deal. I can just use one from my my stored up ones. Yo, Cinder. Now, Totodile, can we finish this? Good enough. Totodile just hit Water Gun, we would have been fine. But we are getting some awful floor luck. Okay, that was lucky. We ran into the room with the stairs reasonably quickly there, at least. I'm gonna need a lot more of those if I want to have it. If I want to keep up the pace we had. Yo, Silpha, thank you. Run is all right. We're on PB pace. We still have a long way to go, but honestly, I am not unhappy with how it's, at least with the run up to this point. So Vespiquen here is pressure, which makes it a little bit more annoying. If Scratch kills it, it's not a big deal though, because I have more Scratch power points than I have Bite power points. And it would only drain 2 from Bite, not Scratch. Or sorry, Scratch, not Bite. So it would actually still work out. But it is something to be aware of. Especially since I'm starting to run low on power points. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to Elixir here. There's too many floors left for me not to. Well, guess it didn't do much, because we were gonna die there anyway. Yo, HA, thank you. Finally, a stair floor. That's the first one. At this point, it's already kind of guaranteed that I'm going to lose time on Tree Shroud. Like, we're already losing time here, essentially. We've only had 1 stair floor so far. And I still have 2 floors to go. This was an awful dungeon. Well, that's Mystery Dungeon for you sometimes. Still PB pace, I think, but not nearly by as much as it used to be. And that is still assuming we can get through this dungeon, like, now. Come on, what is this? Yeah, we have enough. Like, what is this floor, dude? I lost 2 minutes on that dungeon. Which just goes to show how quickly a run can turn around. We are definitely not on sub 4 pace or sub 6 pace anymore, but it can still, like, we can still, I think it's still possible to, maybe we can still sub 6. But there's plenty of dungeons that can troll left that it's still possible. Yo, Hapkananam, thank you for the good luck. Yo, Midori, yeah, if you run Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, you know how quickly things can change. It's just a thing. In any case, what happens here story-wise is we get to the center of Tree Shroud Forest and we learn that time has still stopped. Like, despite the time gear having been put back into place, time stopped moving. Or has never continued moving, really. Now, there is another problem that we kind of need to figure out. We don't really know where where the temporal tower is, or rather how to get there. What Totodile learned, though, as he, or what he picked up in town, basically, is that, temporal tower, or after they put back the time gears, time didn't continue moving again. It stayed where it was. It stayed still. And Groval tells us that essentially that means that the temporal tower is collapsing. Now, the temporal tower is beyond the hidden land. That's where we need to go. Problem is, we don't know how to get to the hidden land, so that's what we're going to have to find out here. I mean, we would have to cross the sea, but that's going to be a bit of an issue. That's not... Okay, we just lost 10 seconds because I took the wrong prompt there. So we are now going to head to the guild and hope that they're going to believe us and help us. So I absolutely have no idea how much time saves I have from this point onward. I do know I'm still ahead of PB, by the way. That's still, I can still put that out there as a fact. Though I'm gonna have to save a little bit of time if I want that sub 6 though. So yeah, essentially we get back to the guild and Diglett doesn't even get the word out of his mouth as he starts burrowing upwards to come and say hi. Everybody's super happy to see it, to see us. Now, Chatot is like like, or Chatot here basically is like, yeah, no, you're telling us that Grovyle is the good guy and Dusknoir is the bad guy? And that the world is about to go into full paralysis unless we find something called the Hidden Land? And he's basically like, you guys must have had a bad dream. A nap should fix that. So Chatots basically gets upset with us and yeah, no, I don't believe it. But then Sunflora comes forward and is like, but what about the way that Dusknoir dragged them into that portal? That doesn't really make sense. Whereas if they're telling the truth, it actually would make sense. And then everybody starts to kind of back that up. Bidoof is then the first one to be like, yeah, no, I believe them. And then from there on, everybody else just kind of follows along. Like, Gil believes us. And then Wigglytuff is like, sounds like we all agree. Now, Loudred thinks that Chatot doesn't actually, you know, there's still somebody who isn't convinced Chatot. But Wigglytuff knows that Chatot believes it. Chatot believed it all along. But if Chatot were to immediately believe it, the rest would just follow along. And Chatot wanted everybody else to believe it for themselves first. Why choose Meowth as a starter? Meowth in general just has really powerful moves. It has the benefit of having a good stab move early on. It has Fake Out, which is nice for like hitting around corners and whatnot. And it gets Screech, which is a nice defense dropping move for the late game. So all in all, it's just a Pokemon that has really powerful moves to use for the entirety of the game. It just deals really well with a lot of things. So now they suggest us that we go back to Waterfall Cave and go visit the spring with Torkoal again. Maybe Torkoal will know more. But first, food and a good night's rest. Yeah, the thing with the AoE moves are generally that you get them too late for it to be worthwhile for a speedrun. Like, at this point in the run, there's really not much that I struggle with. There are still some mons that can be a problem, but early game is generally much more difficult. How well does Skitty hold up for running this game? Not nearly as well. Skitty got nerfed big time. My only question is how old do Torkoals live, because it seems to imply that the Torkoal in this game is pretty dang old. I don't know. Oh, another little, I guess, worthwhile mention here is this cave, this revisit is probably the most like this one's kind of just a filler mission. The hot springs aren't actually in any way tied to Waterfall Cave. We know that because we've been to the hot springs separately. So the hot springs don't really do that much. Or sorry, the Waterfall Cave doesn't really do that much. Like, we should be able to just get through it without having to redo all of Waterfall. But they kind of needed a dungeon here, so they just put Waterfall Cave in. Yeah, essentially, I just have to hope for quick floors. Good enough. That should save us at least a little bit of time back. Right. I always forget that you have to move towards the Torkoal in this part. But Torkoal tells us Torkoal has actually learned of the Hidden Land. It lies beyond a hidden place, so to speak, and only people with certain qualifications can go there. But that's about all he remembers. We need proof, some sort of proof. But he doesn't remember what that proof would be. Yeah, we didn't really learn much new there, or much news there. It's all, and we know now that it's in a place and we need some sort, or behind some place and we need some sort of proof. That's about it. Go Blue Manatee. Yeah, with some proof. Now, obviously, we have no idea what that is yet, and there's no way we can know or obtain it, or, you know. No, but yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah, it's time to go back to get some sleep. Hopefully Grovile is having some level of success. And, we'll continue to the next day. Now, it's very important for me to link moves in a moment. We're actually going to be doing that momentarily. See, I need to head to Sharpedo Bluff anyway. So it kind of works out. Like, I can kind of just try and, or kind of just link my moves as I'm heading there already anyway. Yeah, Torkoal remembered something. So he comes here to visit. He remembered that our proof is an item that bears a certain inscription. A pattern you'd rarely see. I just noticed, isn't the Wondermill category Vulpix plus Riolu? That's Sky. Riolu is actually not a starter Pokemon in this game. I don't think Vulpix is either. Now, Meowth is like, wait, that description kind of sounds like the relic fragment. And yes, it is. Because we already have our proof in our possession. Talk about foreshadowing, right? And Wigglytuff has actually seen this pattern before, behind Brine Cave. It seems that that's where we need to go. So then Torkoal starts to reminisce about the good old days. And we're gonna start getting ready for our trip to the Hidden Land. Guildmaster also decides that Chatot is going to go with us. Because of a vicious foe that's supposedly deep in Brine Cave. Just needed a little bit of room so I can check the storage for potential reviver seeds. Because I do want to do that since we're heading that way anyway. Like, this is the last time I get a chance to check the shops for free. I want to check for Monster House Orbs and Reviver Seed. But first things first, let's link our moves. That. No orb. Let's see if we can find a reviver seed. No reviver seed. That's unfortunate. I don't know if the game prevents you from nicknaming yourself to Team Skull. So Groval, as we learn, has managed to already get three of the time gears. But he also knows that Dusknoir will be coming for us. Yeah, Groval is progressing as he should, I guess. Time for us to head back to the guild and make our way to Brine Cave. Now, I should probably mention, at this point, there are realistically only 3 dungeons left. That's not to say we're almost done, but it's Brine Cave. Oh, right, beach. It got me. We have Brine Cave, we have the Hidden Land, and we have Temporal Tower. Also where we get to just talk about that relic fragment. I mean, it was the first mission we had, which was to retrieve Totodil's relic fragment. His dream was to figure out what that item was for, and now he knows. 3 dungeons, 3 bosses, yes, correct. And since we're almost at the end of, well, or as we're starting to get closer to the end, I should say, if you've liked the Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time, or if you, in general, like seeing more Pokemon speedruns, I would appreciate, you know, if you've enjoyed yourself the past 5 hours, if you'd consider hopping over to my channel and dropping a follow. I run just about every single Pokemon game out there. There's really not a lot that I don't run. This is one of them. We're actually doing a recruit them all in the foreseeable future. I don't know exactly when yet, but in the foreseeable future of this game. So not just the any percent, but basically the 100% category of this. As well as main series and other side games and you name it. So if you're into that sort of stuff, do hop over and drop that follow and, you know, maybe I'll see you around my stream sometimes. I have run channel as well, yes, Cbus. Very rare for me to run it, but I have run channel. Yeah, basically here we just get a bit of a cutscene where Wigglytuff is going to meet up with Lapras. A secret meeting, very special here. Okay, here we go. On to Brine Cave. Let's see how things go from here. So the Guildmaster has not yet returned from an errand, supposedly, so this causes some confusion with people. But no need for concern. We will do just fine. And then not everybody's quite as excited as usual. But with Chatot in the lead, we are going to make our way there. Is there a speedrun category for the special chapters in Sky? Yes. Yes, there is. So Brine Cave is one of those dungeons that can really go in any direction. This could be a very, very quick dungeon. It is only 14 floors, which is actually quite a bit less than most of the dungeons we've done so far. But if you get unlucky, the layouts can be absolutely disgusting sometimes. I've had Brine Caves that took longer than Tree Shroud Forest, even though Tree Shroud Forest is 6 extra floors. So, we'll have to see. I'm sure it'll be fine. Just find the stairs, that's the plan. That's what we're going with. I think that's a good strategy. And of course, Team Skull is going to decide to try and be meanies one more time. Oh, pickup of a reviver seed. That's a good start. Okay, so we're gonna go through... Oh, wow. Okay, so only this path. Not off to the best start here. Okay, there's no easy way for me to pass that without triggering a fight, so we're just gonna do it like this, and that ended up being the correct call. Stair floor there, that's good. NEM. So far the run's good. I'll tell you more about the, well, I wouldn't really call it a trip, but I'll tell you more about that when we're not doing a marathon run. That should guarantee that we have enough for the remainder of this dungeon. Now, a couple stair floors would be great, but we will have to find out whether we get lucky with that or not. Okay, so far so good. Thought that was being a little bit useless there, unfortunately, but how Totodile tends to be. Okay, not a bad start. Not a bad start. We're slowly starting to make up little bits of time again, which I kind of need to. And then as we get to the midpoint, Team Skull attacks us from behind and manages to take the relic fragment again. But with that, they are just going to pass us, and Chatot is going to go run ahead. We're going to go follow after. So the next 5 floors are one of those sets where we just kind of have to hope things go well. I think my comparison actually had a really fast set, so let's hope we do too. I also still have a pure seed, but I'm going to try to keep those for the hidden land. That was decent. That was very decent. We'll find out if it was fast enough, but that definitely felt like it had potential right there. Yeah, we find out that basically Team Skull has been knocked out. They're just down on the floor. Not really capable of moving anymore. And then Skuntank accidentally decides to drop the relic fragment. We grab it, and we go up ahead to fight alongside Chatot. Yeah, then it turns out that at the heart of this cave, there is an Ammonite, or two Ammonites and a Kabutops at the ceiling. And this has actually happened before. Wigglytuff and Chatot have explored Brine Cave before, and they got ambushed in a similar fashion, where Chatot actually defended Wigglytuff in this exact same way. Yeah, we're gonna take out the Ammonites first, if possible. Okay, there we go. That's one of them. There goes the second one. Or Amastars, yeah, good point. Good correction there. I said Ammonite, I meant Amastar. That was a good brine cave. I'm happy with that. Honestly, yeah, if the last two dungeons go well, that is still a very big condition though. If the last two dungeons go well, then this should still be able to sub 6. Wigglytuff actually didn't make Chatot go with us. In fact, Wigglytuff wanted Chatot to stay behind, but Chatot insisted on joining us. So Wigglytuff and Chatot and the rest are going to go back to the guild. From here on, it's up to the three of us. Grovyle, Totodile, and Meowth. We have to find the hidden land. Have all the time gears. We have the relic fragment. Now it's time to move to the hidden land itself. Now, the hidden land is generally the longest dungeon left. The hidden land is easily one of the dungeons that takes the most time. It's 23 floors, There's hail there, which is annoying. There's a bunch of Pokemon that can actually be very dangerous. And then once we get through all of it, we get to Temporal Tower, which is usually a bit easier at least. What even is the difference in versions in this game? Does Darkness have different Pokemon than Time? Actually, that is one of the differences, but it is definitely not the main difference. The main difference for the speedrun, at least, is the difference in items. So, for example, Foehold Orbs and Petrify Orbs, the two main items we use for monster houses in this game, they do not exist in Explorers of Darkness. In Explorers of Darkness, you're stuck with like Totter Orbs and Slumber Orbs, which are not nearly as useful. But some seeds that are really, really useful actually only show up in Explorers of Darkness. So, for example, there's a seed that boosts your attack and special attack to +6, like basically maxing them out. And that only exists in Darkness and not in Time. Overall, it makes Time the faster one, or sorry, the more consistent one, and Darkness theoretically the faster one. Although you're basically like on a perfect run, Darkness is faster, but on every other run, it's basically Time being faster. Is it +10? It might be +10. Either way, it maxes it out. That was my point. Well, no problem, Yerofina. I'm glad you're enjoying the explanations. So by this point, we've met Lapras. Lapras is going to take us to the Hidden Land. And then we get a little bit of history as to how Wigglytuff and Chatot have actually met Lapras before. How Lapras once saved Chatot. Sky is its own category, yes. Is there a Beat Darkrai category? Yes, there is. Also, it's almost time for my favorite theme in the entire game. How many dungeons left? 2. Hidden Land and Temporal Tower. No worries, Midori. Yeah, from here on, it's basically up to us to make our way through the Hidden Land and into the Temporal Tower. Yeah, we basically sail on Lapras all night. And then in the distance, we see it appear on the horizon. Go! So at this point, we're crossing the Sea of Time. Right there is the Hidden Land, and at the top, Temporal Tower. The top of that tower, that's where our destination is. Okay, this is as far as Lapras can take us. That tower that you see on the top screen right now, that's our final destination. That's where we need to get to. Okay, here we go. 15 floors for the first part, then another 8 for the second part. This dungeon is one of those places where stair floors really matter. I mean, they do in every dungeon, but this one is absolutely no exception to that rule. I should have dealt with that Tropius faster. Chlorophyll Tropius can be very scary. Took a lot of damage there, but it's okay. We got to the stairs. Though it may have taken a little bit of time. Stairs, not bad, not bad. I gotta say, so far this hidden land hasn't actually been that bad. I mean, we're only halfway through, so a lot can still happen, of course, but... Quick attack. I was kind of hoping for that quick attack. That was my best shot, honestly. Because I knew I wasn't going to one-shot. Honestly, I'd rather do it this way around. Crrool is much better equipped to deal with Bastiodon. Oh, he is almost out of power points, although this is the last floor until the point, so I'm probably not going to heal that. Things have been, this run's been great, Chaos. This run's been great. We are on sub 6 pace again. Believe it or not, we are back on sub 6 pace. which was actually my first goal time for this category. Okay, you know what? I think I made the right decision there. That was just one of those floors that very much looked like it was going to be a great floor to pure seed on. You want to use the pure seed on a floor with, ideally, one with a weather condition, especially this early on. Something that's annoying to deal with. It just had all of the hallmarks of being one of those floors. It had hail, which when you have Grovyle in the party still is really annoying. Stairs, or it was a small room, dead ends. That's usually the kind of point where you want to use it, and I think I used it at the correct place there. Need that Endure to wear out. Okay, there we go. This has been a really bad floor as well. We want to keep the sub 6 pace alive. I need good floors. That still holds very true right now. So this floor is actually awful right now. That was really bad. Doesn't have to be a huge deal, but that was a really bad start. I'm gonna just assume that it's not on the left here. Assumed correctly. Okay, one more. I am already losing time on this, but... Okay, yeah, still possible. Still possible. Yeah, sometimes you just get unlucky with floor layouts. It's really... It can really be a thing. Like, honestly, if we get a really good Temporal Spire, and really good Temporal Tower, sub 4 or sub 6 is possible, which would be a massive PB for me. Like, it's insane how much of a PB pace I'm on right now. And that's really cool. Like, sub 6, like I said, was kind of my goal with this game. So, be quite interesting if we get it on a no reset like this. And not to mention, like, the timer I have on myself isn't entirely accurate. It's actually, I'm more ahead than my timer shows, because for some reason global hotkeys was off, so I just set it earlier. So this, the speedrun, the one on speedrun, on the Pokemon Speedruns channel, that one's more accurate than mine. So I think realistically I'm like 40 to 50 seconds more ahead than I think I am. Yeah, as we get to the place where we need to use the relic fragment, Dusknoir shows up again. And now we have to fight Dusknoir. So I'm going to stun the Dusknoir. Now I just kind of have to hope the rest of my team deals with the other Sableyes properly enough. Here we go. Go beat up Dusknoir. That freeze is a little annoying. Cost me a tiny bit of time, but it's not a huge deal. We win, that's what matters. So we beat Dusknoir. He still knocks us out after all. And he's like, this is the end, and then well, we have an idea. What if we bounce back the attack that he throws at us? And that manages to knock out Dusknoir once and for all. My timer is 52 seconds ahead of the Pokemon, 53 seconds ahead of the Pokemon timer. Okay, so whatever my timer is minus 53 seconds then. That's good to know. The Totodile is going to activate the Rainbow Stone Ship, our ride to the Temporal Tower. And then that's when Dusknoir mentions that, you know, if we actually succeed in this, we will change the future, which means that both me and Grovyle will cease to exist. Because, you know, we changed the progression of time. Therefore, both me and Grovyle would never be born. But it's either that or the planet paralyzes again. Which means it's really not a choice. This is sacrificing ourselves to save the world. So Dusknoir tries to attack us one more time, and Groval manages to stop him. He drops all of the time gears and decides to push Dusknoir back into the time portal to stop us, or to stop him from being able to stop us, basically. With that, the time portal closes, we have the time gears, and it is time for us to move into the last dungeon. The Rainbow Stone ship is ready. Now Totodile is like, we have to continue so that, you know, we'll create a better future, one where Groval can live happily. Of course, not knowing that if we actually succeed, Groval will cease to exist in the first place. Yeah, also we get a weird flashback to like 2 minutes ago. I always found that like the weirdest flashback in the entire series. Or well, in the entire game, I guess. Time for the Rainbow Stone ship. We're going to take this thing on our trip to Temporal Tower. Now, Temporal Tower is still a pretty lengthy dungeon. It's 23 floors total. First the tower, which is 13 floors, and then the spire, which is another 10. With one of the most difficult bosses in the game. No, the most difficult boss, at least in the main storyline, at the top. Now, generally, the floors in this dungeon are relatively short. That's no guarantee by any means, but we are hoping for lots and lots of stair floors here. Anyway, with that out of the way, here we go. I have like 5 revivers, which is generally speaking enough. Interesting side fact here, in a lot of the Pokemon that we see in the temporal, like this place, you can't actually recruit anything, even if you return here later. And a lot of these Pokemon are actually among the hardest recruits in the game. So this is actually like, this place just kind of taunts you in recruit them all runs. Isn't Ditto one of those Pokemon on the list? No, Ditto isn't that bad. At least I don't remember Ditto being all that bad. I actually want that. That's going to make the final boss a little bit easier. That one's going to wake up, and the same goes for the Lunatone. I really wanted him to target down the Soul Rock instead. Soul Rock can do a lot of damage. Rock Polish here doesn't help. Like, it's worth checking seeds, honestly. Especially with, like, a pure seed like that still saves me moving around the rest of the... Or a reviver seed could literally save the run. To name a few of the potentially useful seeds. Oh, this is not good. This is really not good. Do I? I still have some, right? Yeah, I have a Petrify Orb. Okay, there we go. Are abilities in the game? Yes, they are, Lizzie. Abilities are a thing in this game. Max Elixir. Boron Berry. I am gonna save before I move on. Yeah, that was the first blast seed I had Meowth pick up. I released B slightly too early. By the way, Kevin, I don't know if you're listening in, but after we beat the final boss, we have approximately like 9.5 minutes left. So there is maybe another 15 to 20 minutes at this point. I'm gonna make up a bit of that time that we're behind right now. Let's do that. Okay, here we go. Temporal Spire. This place, or this part, is still very much capable of screwing me over. I have to Oron Berry. There's a chance I would die otherwise. That's really bad. Sleep Seed saved me from needing even more revivers. Losing one reviver there isn't terrible, but it's not great. Chances are I'm going to need every reviver I have for the final boss. Like, we're off to a really bad start in Spire right now. Honestly, the difference in this dungeon between no Wondermill and with Wondermill isn't huge. I've got a couple extra levels, but that's really all there is to it. We're just getting an unlucky dungeon so far. I'm really hoping for some good floors from here on. That might have helped. I apparently never equipped my power band to my special band. That's a really good find. Getting a Reviver Seed. That makes up for the Reviver that we lost. I'm gonna use the Petrify Orb. I didn't need to, but this is literally the last floor, so I don't waste anything by using it there. There wasn't gonna be another floor where I got to use it, so I might as well use it there. Save myself 3 battles. Okay, time for the final boss. Chat, here we go. This is it. Primal Dialga. He's got 700 HP. We are pretty much going to use every item that we have. The main threat here is Roar of Time. Like, Roar of Time does a ridiculous amount of damage. Now, after the final boss is not when time is. Time is when we fade into the credits, which is about 9 minutes after the final boss. 9 to 9.5 minutes after the final boss. Anyway, chat, this is it. This is Primal Dialga. He is what stops us from putting in the time gears into the temporal tower and basically saving the world. I have essentially 2 minutes to beat this boss to make this sub 6. Which actually will move me up to 4th. It's kind of cool. Right. Maybe I should actually do the strat. Eat this. Throw this. There we go. Wait, there is something else I still needed to do. Throw this. Ow. This is what I meant with Roar of Time being powerful. But we flinched them again, that's good. There we go. This is gonna be sub 6, that's PB. Because it's just cutscenes left at this point. Oh boy. Time is in about 9 minutes from now, so Kevin, get ready. So yeah, we beat Dialga. The temporal tower starts to collapse, but we have enough time to put the time gears in. And then as we do, you know, the tower starts to shake heavily, but we manage to stabilize it. Prevent it from collapsing completely. Therefore, time is going to keep working as it's supposed to. And the alga is back to normal. And now that the alga is back to normal, it uses its power to bring everything back to normal. Yes, we are saving about 20 minutes on the estimate. I just PB'd, so that'll do it. So again, for everyone that has enjoyed this run, if you want to see, like I said, I don't run Mystery Dungeon that often, but if you like seeing Pokemon speedruns, be sure to also hop over to my channel. Hope you guys have enjoyed this run so far. We're going to get a couple more cutscenes in a moment, but I don't want to talk much through those, so I'll just get it out of the way now. I run just about every single Pokemon game out there. Usually weird challenges like this game, but then recruit them all, which is happening in the next couple of weeks somewhere. So, you know, if that's your cup of tea, I would always greatly appreciate it if you were to hop over and check out my side of the, or my corner of the internet, so to speak. Anyway, we get out of the temporal tower, and, well, we start to slowly slow down, but that's, like, our body is starting to become more heavy. Which isn't too surprising, to be honest. Because this is where our time is. We have changed the future. Because we've changed the future, that means that we are never... you know, we're never born. Since we were born in the future, by changing time itself, we stop existing. And so we disappear. Totodile now goes back. He has my final wish to fulfill. To tell everyone back home. Tell them what's happened. So we succeeded in our mission. Saved the world. Totodile is the only one to return. As they get back, you know, everyone happy to see Totodile. Totodile told everything about what happened. And how they brought peace back to the world and how they saved everyone. Telling the story wherever possible. Months go by. Totodile goes out for a walk. So Kevin, time will be on fade out, or when the music cuts just before the credits. I will point it out when it happens. It's not really a fade out, it's rather just the music cuts and then the credits start. We get this shot of the ocean, the bubbles from the crabbies. Last time we saw it, it was when we, back when we met. Back when Totodile met Meowth. We get to remember all the things all the adventures we had, all the things we did. The memories we shared. Now Meowth is gone. Kevin, get ready. Couple seconds left. Time. That's it. That is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time. Hope you guys have enjoyed the past 6 hours. That's a sub 6. I'm very happy with that. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. And I believe it's a fantastic Sword and Shield race coming up. Thank you everybody for the amazing support, and thank you to the PSR crew for having me. That's it for me. I'm gonna throw it back over to the PSR crew, and we'll get Pokemon Sword and Shield, which I believe is a race between 3 different routes set up. So have a good one, everybody, and hope to see you guys over at my channel sometime. Cheers!
Thank you, Crrool. Let's transition over to an intermission for setting up for the Sword 3-way race.